Please rise for invocation by Pastor Nathan Bucher of Victorious Life Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray together. Father, tonight we're asking for heaven to invade this meeting. God, that your presence would be here, that your wisdom be here. God, thank you, God, for our leaders. Thank you for those that work day and night, Lord, on the benefit or for the purposes of a people in this community. God, we pray, God, that this meeting tonight would have peace and soundness of mind. God, we pray, God, for the wisdom and the clarity of heaven. And God, we ask that you would bless, Lord, the decisions that are made here this evening. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will the clerk call the roll?
Present.
Councilmember Ashton. Councilmember Stiltner.
Here.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Here.
Mayor Burnett.
Here. We have a quorum. Public comments on any of the consent agenda items 6 through 9. There being none, motion for approval of the agenda tonight, or if there are any changes you'd like.
Mayor, I would like to move to have item number 25, resolution 19-38, move to before 12 so that it would become number 11E. Whoops, 11 before council. Yeah, 11. Well, it's before D, so 11C, I guess.
How about following citizen participation non-agenda?
That would be perfect.
That's your motion.
Right, and the reason, whoops, that's the motion.
Okay. May I have a second?
Second.
The reason for that is it should be able to be handled quite quickly. It is part of some action council took before.
Correct.
And there are a number of people in the audience, and I know we have more also, and it might free up some seats if we can dispatch with it fairly quickly.
I have no problem with that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
May I have a motion for the approval of the remainder of the agenda as proposed?
So moved. Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I need a motion for the approval of consent agenda items 6 through 9.
So moved. Second.
Call the roll.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Stiltner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes, 4-0. This brings us to citizen participation agenda item, spouses backing the Blue Organization. Officer Wayne Jean. We chose a good night to bring you in for this, huh?
Absolutely.
3 minutes.
Take your time.
You're good.
My name is Wayne Jean. First of all, I'd like to say thank you, Mayor, council members, and City Manager for having us. I am the founder of Spouses Backing the Blue. I am also a police officer for Port Orange Police Department. I've been a police officer for almost 9 years, currently on the crime suppression team. In November of 2017, I started seeing a need for more support for law enforcement. Also in November of 2017, I went through a tragic incident at work, which revealed we definitely needed more support for law enforcement. So at that point in time, I reached out to a few spouses and said I wanted to start a nonprofit organization. The name got tossed around, of course, a few times, ended up with Spouses Backing the Blue. Our purpose is to support the men and women of law enforcement, their families, and the community. We have nothing to do with politics. We are not anything to do with unions, police departments, cities, anything in that manner, as in what happens. We just don't get involved in that. We are 100% neutral, and our purpose is to support those in need of support. Today I brought along my admin, They do not want to talk to you, just so you know, because they're shy.
Stand up, please.
The first lady right here is Jennifer Brazier. She is our president. Her spouse is Officer Brazier for Port Orange Police Department. The second one is Angela Tershon. She is our secretary.
All right,
Excuse me.
I've already found a technical glitch that we're having, so we're going to need you just to stand behind Officer Jean, please. Otherwise, you'll never make it on the TV. All of you, come on. Just saying.
You know, you'll be singing.
Just saying. Now they really are backing you.
Yeah. So, this is Andrea Benazet. Her husband is Detective Benazet for Port Orange Police Department, and this lovely lady is my wife, Brandy. She is
I'm
our-
sorry. I mean,
We got a-
congratulations.
She is
Everybody
our-
else can sit down. We got a lot of questions for Brandy.
She is our treasurer, and through all of this, for the past, well, almost 2 years, she has been my biggest supporter. And our life, she's been my biggest supporter through a lot of things. So, just to give you a little background of what we've already done, we became a nonprofit in November of 2018. So it took us a year. So a lot of stuff we didn't know, and a lot of stuff we had to learn. Not only that, we didn't have a lot of money. So through the grateful donations from officers at the PD and other spouses, they paid for our nonprofit, which really got us going. This past year, we have done a fundraiser for a Winter Park officer who suffers from cancer. He had to go to New York, had a procedure. He's back at work now, thank God. But he continues to go to New York for procedures. We were able to raise over $450 for him within 3 hours. Then we had a golf tournament, and that was for us, so we could actually get out here and start helping and be more supportive of law enforcement in the community itself. That was a lot of work, 6 weeks for a lot of work.
It's a lot of fun, too.
Yeah. Mayor Burnett, you came out and played in my say, you got a good golf day. Every time I hit the ball, it went straight into the water. So I need a lot of practice.
I used to win straight.
He had one shot that was worthy of the day.
It was the one that counted, though. Made you write a check.
And council, it really did. $150 to be exact. Councilmember Stiltner, thank you for your
You're
support. The reason we're here is just to let everybody know we're here. We've got a lot of support. Daytona Beach, Chief Capri, and Sheriff Chitwood. And I did save the best for last. He's here somewhere. Chief Grimaldi, Port Orange Police Department. A lot of support, and we're looking forward to more of what we're doing. Right now, starting September the 2nd, which is Labor Day, we're doing a fun run and walk. So I will be walking. The Running Elements in Daytona are hosting it. It's at 7 a.m. if y'all want to get up and come out and have some fun. And it ends at 10 a.m. This is free entry. It's basically, we're going off donations. It's for a Daytona Beach officer who has cancer. He has not had his surgery yet. I don't know exactly the date. It was the date? Okay. The president here.
See, that's why you got him here.
Yeah, that's it, you know. So we're looking forward to that day. It's going to be fun. Like I said, the donations are going strictly to him. And we are very grateful to the Running Elements for helping us with this.
If anybody wants more information about that, who would they contact and how?
You can go to Spouses Back in the Blue Facebook. You can go to the Running Element Facebook page. And also, I learned a little trick about the Port Orange Observer. They have a calendar. It's free. You can post stuff on it. But the most important thing I think that we're proud of is our relationship that we have gained with Titusville Police Memorial. If nobody's aware, Titusville Police Memorial doesn't have to, but they provide 1,000 children Christmas gifts. Now, all these children are fallen officers' children. So I went down there in May to talk to them to see what we could do to help them, because it's over $100,000 a year just for Christmas. And in July, the admin and I went down there and spoke with them, and now we're working together, built a pamphlet, and we are actually going in September to help wrap Christmas gifts and also making a donation to them also.
Very cool.
That's what we're about. There's really not a whole lot to it. It's a lot of work. Didn't realize how much it was going to be. But through the support of a lot of spouses in Daytona, Port Orange, and county, it's been fun. It's been great. And I'm very thankful for y'all to give us this time to express what we are about. And I can answer any questions you have. If I can't, they can't.
That's why you have them, right?
That's it.
Questions, comments? Marilyn, you want to start?
I think it's a great organization. Let me know when your next fundraiser is at Texas Roadhouse. I was there at the last one and had a great meal. And it's an easy way to support you. So I would encourage all residents to do that.
Chase?
A couple weeks ago, I saw a video on TV of cops getting water poured on them and publicly ridiculed. And I'll tell you, I've seen a lot of awful things, and that was one of the most despicable things that I've ever seen. And the very next time I saw Chief Grimaldi, I gave the man a hug. I just can't believe that the people that put their lives on the line day in and day out would be unwelcome anywhere. So, you know, it's a nice opportunity to take to tell you that you are valued, you are loved, and you are backed.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Scott?
Yeah, I would echo those comments. Spouses supporting all first responders is something that just doesn't get recognized enough. And, you know, I can tell you that there is incredible value in that. And first responders we suffer from an ability to ask for help sometimes when we need it, because we're so focused at giving it, right, and getting things taken care of, that small things fall through the cracks, big things fall through the cracks. And having an organization like this where spouses are taking the lead to look for those things that are falling through the cracks, big or small, and try to be there and try to be the voice for somebody who's not sure how to speak up. That's huge. That's huge. So it's a great organization. It's a great idea. It's long overdue. I would encourage you guys that anytime you're having an event, there's a need, there's a fundraiser, whatever, try to come to a council meeting ahead of time, even if it's just for that quick 3 minutes, to stand at the mic and say, hey, this is what we're doing, this is where it's at, this is the date and the time, this is what we need, and get it out there. And then, you know, anything I think the council can ever do to share those things, send them to us. We can put them on our social media, Facebook pages and stuff like that, and try to help promote and do that. But it's a great organization. Thank you guys for what you're doing. It's certainly a need that goes without question. The needs can become overwhelming too, so you'll have to keep that, you know, work hard to keep that in check for yourselves. But thanks again for what you're doing, and just let us know what we can do to support. And thank you for coming tonight and talking about this.
I think it's important that people are aware that, well, first of all, let's start with the very basics. Port Orange was recently declared the second safest city in the state of Florida. And it happens through a lot of hard work from public safety, police, fire, and it takes an active citizenry. But honestly, what it means is that we come down to one big family. Port Orange is one big family in which you are a very important part. And if there's anything that we can do, all you need to do is ask. I know for a fact, certainly you and I have had a lot of conversations about it. Your service comes with your wife serving too, no doubt about it. And the fact that you recognize that is a very good thing, but now you're taking it to the next level. We know that all of you serve. They might be out there, but we know that you're with them. And we have a lot of female officers as well.
Yes.
So that it is a different dynamic. It's not just a brotherhood, it's a sisterhood now. And I think as we see more and more female officers become integrated and it being the norm, which I think it finally is now, it changes the dynamic because they're going to have needs that have never been seen before, just like the gentleman had. And I think it's great that you're there for everybody. I can't express that enough. I appreciate you. I know that this isn't necessarily your thing, but I tell you what, if you're going to be on TV, you got to have them with you, man. They make you look good. Thank you very much.
Strongly encourage that.
Thanks for coming. Citizen participation agenda item 11 is a request from the Southport Development for an affordable housing contribution from the city of Port Orange. Who's speaking to this? Nobody here speaking to that?
Matt? Southport? And
Going
that's a wrap.
once. I know it's an active room, so I'm making sure that I guess they can make the request to come back again another time. Brings us to item 12, I'm sorry, citizen participation non-agenda. Robert Reinhagen.
Mayor, council members, Robert Reinhagen, 1425 Dexter Drive, Port Orange. At the last council meeting, you approved a community development block grant action plan for PY 2019. Afterwards, I spoke to Amanda Lasecki, the grant administrator, and she explained to me how to access the notice of public hearing. It is on the community development block grant page, buried 4 pages down from departments on the Port Orange homepage. Other city meetings, such as city council, boards, and commissions, are accessible directly from the agenda and minutes icon on the home page. The newspaper announcement was a small print single column as compared to the 2-column large print announcement normally used. The public announcement led me to the citizen participation plan, which simply requires the public announcement to be posted on the city's website. So publishing the announcement on the CDBG page does meet the letter of the law, but I do not believe that it meets the intent. Therefore, I recommend that the citizen participation plan be revised to require meetings seeking public input be posted on the agenda and meetings page, and that newspaper announcement use the 2-column format. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Robert.
Item 12, comments and concerns from council members. Start with you, Scott.
Mayor, point of order. We moved up item number 25, I
Oop,
believe.
I thought it was after this. I moved that. You're right. It's right here. Dang, you're good. She's new, but she's sharp. Item 25 is resolution 19-38, repealing resolution number 18-15, relating the purpose of Halifax Drive as a one-way street. Give me just a second, and I'll read the resolution.
Which one is this, 25?
Item 25. Resolution 19-38 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Orange, Florida, repealing resolution number 18-15, relating to the one-way repurposing of Halifax Drive, providing for severability, providing for conflicting resolutions, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve resolution number 19-38.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Basically, this was the item that we had passed the resolution when we were actually looking at putting the trail, the large trail, the Florida East Coast Loop
Right.
through Halifax Drive, and since we have looked at an alternate route for planning, we no longer need this in place, and to clear up any ambiguity, we would by vote be reversing that as part of that plan. That would be correct. Tell me if I'm not off base.
That's correct.
Okay. Questions, comments? Scott?
Nope, let's get it done.
Chase?
No comment.
I almost called Drew and he's not here. Marilyn,
No comment.
would anyone here care to speak to this item?
I'm trying to.
Well, come
Come
on.
on up.
Just a quick question. Gary Campbell, 5020 Riverside Drive. Only because it says Halifax Road, it's also Riverside Drive.
Also known as Riverside Drive. Understood.
It's in
Okay.
the resolution.
That's all I have.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
as long as it's deep in there. Thank you. Anyone else? Back to us, final comments. There being none, call the roll.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Stiltner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes, 4-0. That being done. Comments, concerns, council members. Scott?
I will pass tonight. We've got quite a bit to work on.
Chase?
I do have one comment. Couple, something for, I'd like for council to consider. You know, we had, just in the last year, named a building, name an area of the park down there. We've gonna name a boat ramp after somebody, and we do a lot of things well in the city of Port Orange, and one of those things is we honor people well after they've passed, and recognizing the contribution that they've given to the community. But it got to me thinking that we do it so often when people have passed, and there's always a bittersweet moment when we're having those events where you're pleased and it's an exciting moment, but there's something missing, and it's the person that we're celebrating. I'd like for council to consider beginning, I don't know how you would word it, whether it be a community hero of the month or some sort of recognition of our citizens on a regular basis, so they can enjoy that acknowledgement now, and we can take that time to really highlight individuals throughout our community that are doing all the things that oftentimes go too unnoticed. So I'm like your feedback, and wondered if the council would be interested in that.
Why don't we put that on a agenda for a discussion item, so that, and how we might want to be able to proceed with that. I'll let you and Jake talk about that, but I think that's an idea worth talking about, but I want to make sure that before we do that, people know that it's coming. So I think that being worthy, then it definitely should be agended. Does that work for you?
Yeah, if the council is amenable to it.
I mean, we might not be, but we'll talk about it.
To have the conversation.
Absolutely. Anything else?
That's it.
Marilyn?
No comments.
Well, I had about 10 or 15 things I wanted to say, but I'm going to postpone all of them except one. I spent last week at the Florida League of Cities Conference. It was the best one that I've been to in quite a number of years. It was light years ahead. I'm not going to share any of that tonight. Matter of fact, I want to be able to continue processing my notes, but I'm going to bring some things back that I learned at that conference and share those things with you. And I wanted to let you know that has happened and be prepared for it. Brace yourselves. Buckle up again. Here we go. Item 13, financial report.
Is it the same one here or a different one? The intent is good. The intent.
So council, while he's putting up this report, as has happened in the past, you're pretty aware we're crunching these numbers to the last minute. We'll try to get this brief wrapped up into you in a more timely manner so you can see as we're moving from spreadsheet to more of a graphic format in the financial report, the quarterly financial report, that we will we'll get these out to you so you have time to digest them.
We appreciate that, and the fact that you're working to the last minute instead of the last second signifies progress.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Actually, I had this done at the beginning of the week for you, Mayor.
Hey! I see that, thank you.
I was hurrying so much, I left my final version back in the office, but I do have my other copy.
All right.
Mayor and Council, it is a pleasure to be here this evening to present to you the financial report for the 10 months ending July 2019. Today's goal is to provide you the information that we have been able to accumulate through our financial system, and as City Manager had mentioned, we are trying to move to a more global look at the financial reports to give you an overview and then the opportunity to drill down into specific items that may be of interest to you. As you can see on this report, as well as the report I gave you last April, we've tried to identify the trends based on a color coding, and we'll see what those are here as we go through the report. Let's start with the general fund. You can see the revenues over expenses. Year-to-date actual is $2.6 million of revenue over expense, but there are encumbrances. Encumbrances, as you may know, are obligations that we have through purchase orders or other contracts that we have made. The unencumbered balance shows that there's $9 million of revenue yet to be received this year. We have $10.8 million of expenses that are unencumbered. So if you add those across, that nets to zero, so we do have a balanced budget. The numbers on the percentages there, we've taken the approach that 83% equals 10 months of the year, or 5/6. If a number is 83% or more on the revenue, it's generally green. If it's between 83% and 75%, it's yellow or caution. If it's below 75% for revenues, then I say that's an area that we really need to take a look at. So as far as the revenues, generally I think we're in really good shape. Some of the revenues that we have are completely received. For example, we'll see in more detail on the taxes. The ad valorem is 100% received. We get that at the end of the calendar year, and we'll go through this in detail on the other ones. But overall, I think the city is in good shape on our revenues. As far as detail, you can see ad valorem taxes, we're at 100%. Excuse me. If we look at the communication services, that is really only 7 months. We're about 2 months behind lag, and we catch up at the end of the year on that, either in period 12 or in period 13. So that one, even though it shows 69%, we are right on track with where we are compared over the years on month-to-month basis. If we look at the local business tax, that's the city occupation licensing. That is, again, a timing issue. Usually we're 1 month behind on those kinds of transactions. From what I can see on the history, we're okay, that we should be right on budget for that. As far as the sales and use tax, that is actually the police and the fire pension contribution that we get from the state. We received notification recently that we will receive $485,000 for the police pension fund, and the fire is $395,000. That is a pass-through. It comes in as revenue and goes immediately within 5 days out to the pension funds. So there's a net revenue or expense impact on that. So that total is $880,000, which is about $50,000 more than we'd budgeted, so that's good for the pension funds. As far as utility services, we're at 75% of the year on that one, because we're usually 1 month behind or we're billing in arrears. So I believe that that's right on track as well. If we look at fees and permits, the franchise fee, that includes electricity, gas, and recycle. We're again at 8/12 of the month, or 3/4, or 2/3, excuse me. Florida Power and Light makes up the bulk of that. They're at $1,978,000 of the $1,993,000 that we have received so far. So they're our major contributor to that revenue source. As far as intergovernmental federal grants, we've received $35,321 in December from Matthew, from FEMA, And also we received $16,332 for vests for the police department on a grant. If we look down at state grants, we've actually received another $3,000 from the state for Matthew, and the state, excuse me, and $63,000, actually $64,000 for a VOCA grant. So that budget there is just a little low. We've got a budget resolution or adjustment coming in that will bring that up to the revenues. As far as state shared revenues, that's again a timing issue. They're a little bit behind. We have about 1.7 million in state sharing, 2.3 million in the half-cent sales tax, and again, I believe we're just right on track with that. As a side, we've received a total of 38,437 for Matthew this year so far. As far as charges to services, culture and recreation, that's parks. I believe we're right on track there. As you know, that's usually a seasonal business. The springtime that we're having now in the summer are their primary revenue and expense categories. So I think they're right on track. General government is the Community Development Internal Service Fund revenue charges. The Internal Service Fund is from the IT, from the building maintenance, and so on. So those are charges that hit the general fund and revenue to those internal service funds. Charges, physical environment is kind of a misnomer, but that's the way the state revenue or the state chart of accounts has that named. That's actually late fees and miscellaneous interest charges that we have for our miscellaneous receivables. And public safety, that includes fire, ambulance, CPE classes, mowing for certain areas. And actually we're in pretty good shape there. The budget for the ambulance this year is I believe it was 67,000. We're looking at 315 for next year, so 250,000 increase. So that's going to be major help in our revenue source there. So I believe that actually as we get the billings for the ambulances, that number will come up quite substantially, I believe, because we're sometimes 2 to 3 months behind on getting the revenues for those services that we provide. The transportation category, that's for FDOT payments to us for signal and light maintenance for our street lights. So we're actually ahead of the game on that one so far. If we look at fines and forfeitures, we're in really good shape there. The total of the two between court cases, which is basically the magistrate and local ordinance, the total of those two is 53,000, or almost 154,000, and the budget's 158. So we're just almost at 100% of our revenue estimates there. Under non-revenues, the first one, contributions from the enterprise fund, that's called pilot or payment in lieu of taxes. That's a charge that we have to the proprietary funds for services that we provide, and it's a payment in lieu of taxes. If it were a business, we would charge them tax. So this is a fee that they pay the general fund for the services the general fund provides. We'll come to other non-revenue in just a minute. Under miscellaneous revenue, the primary one down there is other miscellaneous revenue. That's at 139%. That includes $109,000 from towing, and some other things come in there. One of the biggest ones we have is $252,000 in forfeitures for ICMA contributions from employees that left before they were vested. Just a note, if you see the total budget there, $40,951,000. The budget in FY18 was $38,667,000. So going back to the other non-revenue, if you look at the category under non-revenues, other non-revenue, 2.2 million, it shows zero revenue, and I wanted to explain that because that's somewhat misleading. If you look at this identifies where that 2.2 million came from. A good portion of that is the carryover encumbrances and projects from the prior year. You can see in 11/13 it's a revenue project journal is what it's called, in November 13th for just under $1 million. And then on December 31st there was some appropriated equity transferred to Fund 505 for the ERP project, $740,000. Included in that same resolution, it was identified that 2 vehicles that were in the budget had already been paid for in the prior fiscal year, so that was backed out. Transfer to this to the civic clerk. Sorry, Robin.
Sophomore.
Transfer to the clerk for special election, $138,000. Fund to fire service fee, phase 2, $56,000. And the one that was just voted on by council recently here in June was the replacement of the HVAC at the Lakeside Community Center, $414,000. So if you see that $2.2 million, that's in the budget, but there's no revenue associated with it because it's appropriated funds coming up. And the expenses we'll see are on the other side of that, down in the operating departments where those funds will be expended. Any questions on that? Okay. So moving now into the expense side. This one I've added one extra column. As you can see, if the value is greater than 16.67%, I've also identified that as green, and you'll see it on the next chart. The format is the same way. The column, the second from the right, is 83% of budget. Generally, everyone is in good shape there. I put the yellow if it's less than 83% because sometimes if you don't spend your budget, that's just as bad as overspending your budget, because there was generally a reason for that budget in the first place. And so this is something that the department heads are looking at, and the city manager and I, to make sure that we are spending appropriately, and if they don't need that money, then we'll have that drop to fund balance at year end.
Can you repeat that first part again?
Which one?
Repeat
what I
that
just said?
Yes.
Said we're, if you had budgeted $100 and you're only showing year to date with 2 months to go of $60, that could be either good or bad depending on your approach. It may be something that you don't need that money anymore, or it may be that you just haven't appropriated or encumbered the transactions that will spend that other $40 at the end of the year. So we have 2 months to go, and so on the right-hand column, I put that there just for your reference. If we did not have any encumbrances and spend any more money, that's the amount of how much money we would have left to spend out of each one of those departments with no additional encumbrances. So you can see that average, that's 29%. Or if we did nothing else and we needed to stop operations for some emergency, that's a pretty good chunk of money. Generally, I find that the departments are very good at what they have budgeted and what they're using their budget for. But there's always some things that change. A budget is constantly moving, or the actuals are actually moving, budget's been fixed. So if we see that there are amounts that we don't need, then those won't be spent, and they'll go to fund balance for the council to use at the appropriate time for budget.
Okay. Yeah,
So for the budget, I track, sometimes micro track projects and financial execution. If we under execute the budget, that's either because somebody did a great job and saved money, contractor did a poor job and cut corners and saved us money, and we'll pay for that later, or we failed to execute because we didn't have enough people or contractors to get the project done. The other reason you'll see an under execution of budget is if it's a huge project and it takes more than 12 months. Virginia Monroe, House Street, there's a ton of projects that take more than 12 months. So we have to execute, we have to budget the entire amount in the year that we start, but you won't see 100% execution because it's going to take 18 or 24 months for the project to be done. And we don't operate to finish everything by September 29th. And then start again October 1st. We have to continue the flow. So that's how sometimes you'll see these numbers. Rest assured that that's something that Scott tracks from a financial perspective, and I track holistic. Well, he tracks it holistically too. So.
And we've talked about improving that project manager's report so we can see.
That's right. That's right. We talked about it today, as a matter of fact, in the project managers meeting.
Yeah, I appreciate and I think we've got a terrific staff all across the board. I have great trust in our manager and all of our department heads. And I understand we put a budget together to execute it. I also just always want to have it out front that we're always looking for more efficient and better ways, quicker ways to do things that can always cut costs in the long run. I just want that to always be on the forefront.
And from my perspective,
And I think
and
it is.
Dr. Neal's, it definitely is. As a matter of fact, we looked, and you'll see in the general fund budget book, if you look line by line, if you care to, and my book's already got it in red, so you can come and look at mine. But there's areas where the line item might have gone up, increased, because we're doing something that costs more. But in there, you'll see a decrease from what they did last year because the police department doesn't spend that much money on uniforms. So they won't go, I spent 10 grand on uniforms last year, so just put 10 grand in there. If they spent 8 and we don't expect the cost of business to go up, we budget for 8, and you'll see that savings at 2. Now, they might also have a new uniform or a new helmet or something they got to buy, and that's $4,000 more. So you'll see a $2,000 increase, but know that our department heads are always looking for efficiencies, and they're doing a great job.
And I know that, and that's why I
Yep.
brought that up, because I wanted that to be out in the public to,
Well,
for
Jake,
you
you'll
to
know
hear
what
that.
Chase
so.
will be talking about your performance review next May.
Yeah, you bet. Right?
No, my compliments. You know, city budgets get very scrutinized by a lot of people, and that's really the big thing that people want to see is, are you being efficient with our dollars? And I think we are.
Yeah, you bet.
So keep it up.
13 slides down, 20 more to go.
Yes, sir. Just a quick aside, as you may know, Mike Whitecotton from Fort Leavenworth, Kansas was here. We had very interesting conversations regarding budget. When he is to the end of his fiscal year, they say we must spend everything that's there or we won't get it. And so they go out maybe at the last week of the month and spend everything they can. That's totally the different way approach.
Doormats and U.S. flags.
Yeah. Or 10,000 boxes of Staples.
Bingo.
It's unfortunate. I think that's a waste on the federal government level, and however that's budgeted, we don't do it that way. We take a real hard look at everything that we have, and we try to be as efficient as we can across the board with people and with resources. Digging into these kinds of things, I say that we're taking a real different look at big data approach, trying to see where we can give you more information out of this. This is just a process that we're evolving. It's better, I think, than it was in April, and it'll be better next time I brief you because we'll have more tools in our pocket to give you better data. If you take a look at this particular slide, that's the one that's broken out by functional area. That's the way we present it in the CAFR. So if you look at the CAFR, you'll recognize this format. If you look at just the departmental ones, that's the next slide down there that you can see. This particular one I also wanted to show you because you can see non-departmental, budget of 4.6 million, actual 2.6 million, means we have 2 million left to spend. We're at 62%. That's very similar to the revenue explanation I gave just shortly ago. We can see that our expenses in that category year to date are 1.8 million. We've committed 364,000 for a total of 2.2 million. Other expenses included in there are the 784 for expenses year to date for other items other than the transfers to the internal service funds. And then you can see the transfer that we had for the 414 for excuse me, for the HVAC, and the 998 was the 739 that I mentioned on the revenue side, plus a transfer of 250,000 from a project that was repurposed to provide the extra funds to go in for the ERP project. So if you look at that 4.6 million there on that slide, that's the same 4.6 million you see under the budget for non-departmental. Just want to make sure you can tie those back. Moving on to community development. These are some slides I think that show the kind of impact that we're having in our community development. The big spike that I mentioned in April, the 494,000, that was due to the permits for Springs of Port Orange. It's a multifamily development, an AutoZone, a Takara restaurant, and 2 storage buildings for Acorn self-storage facility and a 4-plex in townhomes. That was an anomaly. It kind of spiked a little bit, the trend line, but in general you can see that we're generally increasing in the number of permits that we're having, or the number of special revenue fund transactions. So the blue line is the trend of the revenues, and the gold line is the track of the expenses. You can see they're pretty much in parallel. So I think that's good. It shows that we're right on track. Permits issued and valuation. Again, that March spike went up a little bit, but you can see in general the transactions are trending up, but the average value is trending down. And in talking with Tim today, he said if it hadn't been for that spike, that's not a surprise for him. It would have been more flat because of that large March transaction. As far as residential permits, they are trending up. The prices are flattening out with a slight downtrend. But I think if you would take out that October transaction, you can see it's a general uptick, I think. So sometimes you can maneuver the graph however you want to tell the story, but I'm very pleased with those. It says that everything's trending up on the residential side. If you look at the commercial side, you can see kind of the same thing with the transactions pretty flat as a commercial, and the trend for the dollars valuation is downward trend. And Tim says that's what he expected. It's not a surprise. So we're seeing probably a flattening out of the transactions unless we have another major builder come in, a big apartment building come in. If you look at the total value, you can see residential, we had 4,900 applications for a total of 92 million, or an average of almost 19,000. As far as commercial, a much smaller number than you would expect, 755 for just almost 80 million, or an average of 94,000. So it shows a total of 5,600 transactions for almost 172 million, which is a really nice contribution for the city. Average of 566 and 17 million a month that's bringing in. Now moving into the proprietary funds, we have 29,000 water sewer accounts, 25,000 solid waste, and 23,000 stormwater utility accounts. If we look at the transaction year to date, we can see there's a slight profit in the water sewer and a slight loss if we're looking at the solid waste, and a relatively large profit for stormwater utilities. So that shows our proprietary funds are generally in good shape. There are some changes occurring in the solid waste, and if you have a question on that, Lynn would be able to answer that. It probably will be a price increase next year, which is not unexpected. Our neighbors are having those. As far as the revenues, we're looking at 75% for the solid waste on the revenue. Stormwater and water sewer I'll address in a little more detail in the next slide. As far as expenses, the solid waste one is right on target. Stormwater and utility are lower, but I'll show you why. If you look at the water sewer, it has a budget of 31 million. Of that budget, almost 4 million is project related. So that, as I mentioned, those dollars come in for the project. They're not part of operations. So I've broken those out.
One-time uses. One-time uses.
Yes. So in this particular case, projects of water sewer are 13% of the total budget. So the balance of 27 million. If you look at their operating revenue, 20 million year to date, 75%. That's actually a little head because they're usually a month behind in billing. And then if you see on the right-hand side, that project expenses, that's how much they've spent. Of the 4 million project related, they've spent $1 million so far. And this goes back to Jake's comment a little earlier about the fact that on many of these projects takes a long time to get started, but the budget's all made in this particular year. So it's part of that budget number that you see there.
Is there a significant amount that's also collected when the ad valorem taxes are collected as well?
Not for the proprietary funds. That all goes to the general fund.
Okay.
As far as the water sewer repair and replacement fund, budget of just under 8 million. Project related is almost the whole thing, 95%. You can see at this point their balance is just under 400,000, and project expenses year to date are 1.8 million. So they're just getting started on that. Impact fee, 4.6 million. Project related, 4.6 million. So it's almost 100% of projects in that particular fund. As far as stormwater utility, had the 9 million of the budget. Of that, 4,700,000 is project related, or almost half of that. So if you say we got 4 million left in operations, their operations revenue is 4.5 million, so they're right on track as far as their revenue is concerned. If you look at the expenses, water sewer at 75% and 76% for the stormwater utility. You can see that those are green or yellow compared to where they were quite yellow or red here on this slide. So I wanted to point out that that impact of projects on the current budget kind of distorts how the department's operating on a month-to-month basis. As far as water bill and consumption, I love graphs, and I didn't change this one, just I wanted to tell you the story. Would you see an anomaly on that graph? Yeah, it was in June. And we looked at that and we couldn't figure out, so we just started digging at it. It turned out that there was a customer that was billed in April and May, or had a reversal of their May-June bill, but it wasn't reflected in the numbers. And so we had extra consumption and we had a little higher revenue than we should have. We made the adjustment and now it's just right in line. So I think this is, other than looking at a number, these kinds of things are very helpful for us in analyzing our information. Sewer follows the trend that you'd expect. Everything's just right on track. You can see it's an uptick in the billed consumption, which I think is an indication that we're continuing to grow. Reclaimed water, you'd expect to see a decline in January, February, which is there, and then a tapering off as the summer months go back into fall. Last thing I have to talk about is grants. I was trying to get some more information, but we really don't have any yet of what the trend is. You can see on the left-hand column, $2 million was requested. Of that, we had declines of 1.5 million. So I don't think we have a 75% rejection rate over time. It just happened to be that this is what the data showed on this. So we have 525,000 and 520,000 approved, and another 55,000 we have in pending status. So
Yeah,
that
it
is
might
my
be
conclusion.
interesting to see that in raw numbers, not just dollars. You could have 6 small grants that are yeses and 1 large grant that's a no, and it could skew your numbers like that.
It will, and if I can find it, I have a report for that now.
If you don't have it handy, you can send it to us.
I will forward that to you. I have the detail from Amanda on which grants were approved, which ones were declined. So I will have that forwarded to you. I'll give it to Robin.
That'll work.
That concludes my presentation. Council, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. We'll start with Scott.
No, good presentation. Thanks for the
Thank you, sir.
thoroughness. Appreciate the all the information.
Marilyn?
No comments. Some of the information I've noted slides that'll be pertinent for our next budget workshop. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Great presentation, thank you.
Got to absorb it. Couple things that, Jake, if I'd like to, if we can we get a summary of what we've had reimbursed and what we still are expecting to be reimbursed for Matthew and for Irma, so that we can have an idea of how much of that has become cash,
yes,
and how
sir.
much we still expect?
Yes, sir, and I'll add to that where we are in the process. I know we're still working with Tetra Tech to wrap up some final data for inclusion, but the at the state level. So I know Alan's working on that. We'll get the numbers and the
status
and an
of
update.
it.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Appreciate that. And the other thing that I took away from Florida League of Cities is a lot of people are experiencing big jumps in the price of solid waste. And we have been on a sweetheart contract that was signed in the recession. And I tell you what, when we were a little iffy about extending it, the horror stories I was hearing, I'm glad that we did, at least to protect us in the short term. So I know that that will come back for discussion at some point,
Yes,
but
sir.
As we continue to grow. But some of the numbers that were being kicked around in solid waste out there made my eyes perk. So that's the other thing we talked about next year. With these numbers, we want to take a look at, are we charging appropriately for solid waste? Are we charging appropriately for water and sewer?
Right.
I think those examinations should, I've said this before, should happen every 5 years, because we get into this thing where we fall behind and then we have to catch up all at once, and that's a real hard pill for citizens to swallow. If we make smaller adjustments over time that are appropriate, it's a whole lot easier.
There's a couple sister cities that have already instituted a certain percentage per year adjustment. I'm not saying I'm just saying that they're doing it
Yeah.
as
and
an
I'm
option.
not fond of that, because I want us to actually look at it.
Sure.
Instead of pulling a number where we think it's going to be this.
Right.
We have done the deeper dive in the past, and I think it's appropriate for us to do that, and the buck stops up here. That way we're not passing along the 20 and 30% increases and 50% increases. I heard a 200% increase in solid waste. The percentages that were being thrown at, that's what I'm trying to avoid.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Citizen Advisory Committee for TPO, item 14, Mr. Bobby Ball.
I will be brief.
Thank you.
We had our volleyball with the CAC for the TPO. We had our monthly meeting today, and just brought up to speed some changes to the tip that has to be consistent with the DOT. So pretty standard operating procedure as far as some of our process right now. We're in kind of a lull with what's going on. But we did get a presentation on the long-range transportation plan, which is a process that's moving forward as well. And for the benefit of public service announcement, there is a 6 o'clock meeting tomorrow at the Daytona Beach Police Station regarding the LPGA area from a study perspective. So if you're interested in what's going on up there, that would be a good presentation to go to.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Questions for Bobby?
Thank you, Bobby.
There being none, appreciate it.
Thank
you. Item 15, Plan Commission appointments. We have 3 standard openings. Those positions are currently being held by Newton White, John Junko, and Maria Mills-Banat, and to my knowledge, all 3 of them have expressed a willingness to serve. We have other applicants as well, and I will allow everybody to speak who's here tonight for those who has applied before we accept nominations, but I just wanted to let you know. I don't know if you all got an email from him, but Newton White did call me to say that he was out of town at a Realtors conference, but that he was interested in continuing to serve. So with that, any of the applicants, is Christina Berry here? Come on up and introduce yourself. Let the job interview begin.
My name is Christina. I've lived in Florida for almost 3 years. I'm slowly trying to get more involved with the community. I was involved with the community back home. I am currently now part of the Environmental Advisory Board, as well as the Civil Service Board. So the Planning Committee was something else to get more involved in the community as well. So that's why I expressed interest.
Questions for her?
Appreciate the engagement.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Michael Arminio? I did not see Mike. Richard Barker? Did not see Rich. Jonathan Foley, I did see him. Is he still here? Yeah, he's hiding out.
We have a long meeting, so I'll be brief.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, for real. I'm as close to a lifetime resident of Port Orange as you can get. I've lived here since I was 4 years old. But
doesn't count, sorry.
Yeah, it's been a great place to live, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But no, I just have a desire to help my community and be an asset in any way that I can. And if I could be of service on the Planning Commission, I'm happy to do so. If you decide that you'd like me to serve, then I'd be happy to volunteer my services. But otherwise,
And you're on a board now currently, yes?
Currently, yes, I'm on the Environmental Advisory Board.
Okay.
So, thank you guys.
Any questions for Jonathan?
Doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thanks for serving.
Yes, sir.
Elliot Haygood? John Junko? I did see him somewhere. Oh, there he is. Stand up, John. Oh, you already are. Sorry.
I see where this is going already.
John Junko, 641 Devon Street. I've been a resident of the city for over 20 years. I've served over the last 15 years on multiple boards, Boy Scouts, unit commissioner boards, Scout committees for Eagle Scouts, served on the Port Orange Family Days board, served on this board a number of times, SHIP board, Manager Selection Board, City Rezoning Board.
You said SHIP.
SHIP, State Housing Initiative Program.
Just double check. They want you to eliminate yourself.
It's that accent. And I guess I'm up for reappointment, and it's really just an honor to serve the city that I'm very proud to live in.
Questions for John?
No, thanks for serving, John.
Thank you.
Good.
Maria, I know I saw her. Oh, she's sitting next to John. Come on up. Who are you, ma'am?
Maria Mills Bennett, 1710 Bordeaux Court. I am currently on the Parks and Rec Board, on the Civil Service Board, and the Planning Commission Board. You need me there to keep these men in line. So I would appreciate the reappointment. No, I love the Planning Commission Board. A lot of people don't realize the impact we truly have on that board. When people come before us for wanting rezoning or wanting to build something, we really do ask, if you asked him, probably ask way more questions than we should to the people, but we really want to impact the citizens in the most positive way and make the best choices for the community, and I love being a part of that.
Very good.
Good.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Looks like you managed to escape.
Thanks.
It's a tough room. Deborah Quackenbush. And Newton White is the one who expressed willingness to serve, but he's out of town at a realtor conference. With that, you've heard from all the applicants that we have. Here is the format, just so that everybody knows. We have 3 appointments. I will accept all the nominations individually. If we have more than 3 nominations, we will ballot, and the top 3 vote getters will be your selections. If we have a tie, we will have a runoff. Like, for example, if we get to the 3rd one and we have a tie, the first 2 will pass muster, and then we will have a tiebreaker between an individual ballot to break the tie. So if you have, say for example, we have 5 nominees, you would select your top 3 on your ballot. So with that, nominations are open.
One question, can we nominate, you say we need to nominate one at a time?
Yep.
Okay. Well, just to make a comment before, I think we have some tremendous applicants. I'm also, but I'm not someone that wants to try to fix what's not broken. I value very well our planning commission. I don't always agree with them, but that's why you have people up on a board serving, so you can have respectful disagreements. But I question none of their motives, and I'd like to see all 3 of them reappointed personally. I'll start off with the top of the list. Make a motion to reappoint Maria Mills Bennett.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Other nominations?
I would also echo Chase's comments, especially right now in the last 12 months, maybe even 18 months. That particular board has done a lot of work. There has been a lot brought before them, and they all serve as volunteers, but the workload is huge, and the responsibility is equally as important. And you know, I think Chase is right when he said you're not looking to fix something that's not broken, and they're doing a really good job as a group. They hash out things very effectively and respectfully. The one thing I would just note is that probably at some time, because I know the mayor used to say this, so I'm stealing your line, it's an embarrassment of riches, and there's a lot of folks who would really like to serve on some of these boards, and at some point in time, not tonight, but we do need to probably have a discussion about term limits on some of the boards. I'm a fan of term limits, and it's not to try to run off volunteers, because there's other boards they can migrate to and then back and forth, but just a discussion to have another night. But that being said, I would agree with Chase that right now I'd like to keep this particular board intact. So for that, I'm going to nominate John Junko.
Second.
We have a nomination for Mr. John Junko. He has standing. We have a second. May I have another nomination?
Mayor, I would nominate Newton White.
Second.
We have a nomination for Newton White. He has standing. We now have 3 nominees. Are there any other nominations?
No other nominees, but that's no disrespect to anybody that is not nominated.
Echoed.
That being said, nominations are closed. We have Maria Mills Bennett, John Junko, and Newton White in nomination. We have 3 nominees for 3 positions. With that, signify by saying aye for approval.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I don't think you could oppose these 3 or nearly anybody on that list. And yeah, it is an embarrassment of riches when people want to step up and serve in this, of this caliber in this community. We appreciate everybody. Thank you. I look in the room and I see young people that are willing to serve on these boards as well. Jonathan, that's great. That is absolutely great. There's so many communities where the people who we only have retirees. You need a mix of people to represent a variety of views of life in this town, and we've got it. And I absolutely love that you guys are stepping up to serve. Thank you very much. Environmental Advisory Board Report, item 16. It's a John Macaluso sighting.
How are you? Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, council staff, just a brief update. We've had a couple of meetings, Environmental Advisory Board meetings, since I spoke to you last. As a matter of fact, we had one this afternoon. I had 3 meetings today, so the voice is a little shot.
I know the feeling.
Just to update you on some of the things that we've been looking at. Single-use plastic, which includes straws, bottles, that's going to be an issue coming, and probably a letter coming to you all pretty soon to talk about taking another step in the efforts to clean up the environment. Public Works review of ground cover, maintenance, and tree pruning. Still working on items in that category. House Bill 1159, which you're all familiar with, the prohibits local government from requiring notice, application, approval, permit, fee, or mitigation for the pruning and removal of a tree on residential property. Now, I don't believe since we met last there's been any changes in 1159. It still stands as is. We also are working on Port Orange Family Days. We will have a booth this year, emphasis on recycling. We had a great presentation this afternoon from the recycling solid waste manager, Mick Niels, and Lynn Stevens from Public Works Director. They brought us up to date on where the recycling program is going in the very near future. So the Environmental Advisory Board will be at the Family Days with information and some packets to hand out to the residents to get them to understand what the new recycling venture will be. And if you're familiar with other municipalities in the area around the country, glass has become a huge issue. Glass is no longer a recyclable item, mainly because of cost aspect. So we'll be hearing more about that. We've got some printed information coming, some refrigerator magnets. We also have a frequently asked questions sheet coming out. So we're going to try to advise the public as much as we can on the changes in recycling. And we have other issues coming down the road as well, and I'll leave it at that for a short summary. So if you have any questions.
Questions, council? Anyone?
So just a quick comment
Yes.
that I think that with the recycling part, at some point we need to have a little bit of a projection and vision discussion with recycling. I think with some of the news that's been out lately and the trends, and unfortunately what ticks the recycling thing nationwide is the value of what can be recycled. And when the value is gone,
right,
then it becomes problematic to bear the expense. And how do you do that? And even more so, you know, recycling is one of those things where we see where it takes a while to get everybody to get the hang of what can be recycled and what to put in what bin and all of that. And so there could be some issues moving forward. So we just need to start having those discussions long term of how that's going to impact our city so that we can be prepared.
Sure, Scott. We will be moving this issue ahead, as you see. Other parts of the country, they're actually looking in your recycling bin, and if you are a habitual pusher of glass in your bin, they will tag your bin and say we're not going to pick it up anymore. Simple as that. And they're taking steps to that in action.
Same with paper. That's your pizza box that's still got half of piece of pizza in it.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Somebody would waste pizza though?
Sometimes it's stuck to the box and
a
you
whole
can't
nother
get
issue.
it off.
It's like I don't even know you anymore.
Not in my house.
This brings us to the public hearing portion of the meeting. The public hearing portion of the meeting is now open. Brings us to item 17, the second reading of ordinance number 2019-8, the dissolving of the Code Enforcement Board in favor of the special magistrate enforcement method. Ordinance number 2019-8 is an ordinance of the City of Port Orange, Volusia County, Florida, dissolving the Code Enforcement Board in favor of the special magistrate method of enforcement, amending various sections of the Code Enforcement ordinances and the Land Development Code to delete references to the Code Enforcement Board or Special Master and replace said references with Special Magistrate, providing for appointment of a Special Magistrate and describing the powers and duties of the Special Magistrate, removing reference to the Code Enforcement Board Attorney, authorizing the City Manager to make determinations on whether to foreclose on code enforcement liens, preserving the validity and enforceability of all administrative actions, orders, and liens of the Code Enforcement Board prior to the adoption of this ordinance, providing for codification, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2019-8.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, we have standing. Questions, comments? Council?
Second reading.
Second reading, we've discussed this. There being none, would anyone here care to speak to this item? There being none, back to us. Final comments, any? Call the roll.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilman Stillman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes, 4-0. Brings us to item 18, second reading of ordinance number 2019-23, which is a small-scale future land use map amendment for Harbor Landings. Ordinance 2019-23 is an ordinance of the City of Port Orange, Volusia County, Florida, relating to comprehensive planning, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, amending the future land use designation for plus or minus 4.26 acres from office residential transition to urban medium density residential, providing for conflicting ordinances, severability, and an effective date.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2019-23.
Was that a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, we have standing. Those are so much fun to read when I forget my glasses. Comments, questions, council? There being none, would anyone here care to speak to this item? Back to council, any other comments? Call the roll.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford, excuse me. Councilmember Stillman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes, 4-0.
I do it every day.
Item 19 is second reading of ordinance number 2019-24, PUD rezoning and Harbor Landings Master Development Agreement and Conceptual Development Plan. Clicked on the wrong one. I gotta read the right one, don't I? Yeah. Ordinance number 2019-24 is an ordinance of the City of Port Orange, Volusia County, Florida, rezoning property consisting of approximately plus or minus 4.74 acres located in the west side of Riverside Drive, east of Ridgewood Avenue, and planned unit development, PUD, and R-7SF, single-family residential, to PUD and approving a master development agreement and conceptual planning development plan for the Harbor Landings PUD, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2019-25.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Questions? Did you have something for us, Robin?
I do. The motion presented says subject to, I just want to make sure that's clear, that you guys are approving that subject to.
With the same subject to that we approved on first reading. That's your motion, that's your second.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification. 19-24. Any comments, council, questions? There being none, would anyone here care to speak to this item? There being none, back to us. Call the roll.
And Mayor, just to be clear as well, this is on ordinance 2019-24.
Correct.
The
I think I said 25. Am I
I
read the
think
wrong
I
one?
said 24.
24.
Just wanted, sure, we're on
Yeah.
24.
Yeah.
2019-24, which is item 19.
I read 25. I withdraw my motion.
Remake your motion.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2019-24.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, comments? Just to be clear, anyone here
Robin.
care to speak to this item? Same one I was talking about. This is the things you got to do when you misspeak sometimes, just to make sure that we do it right. There being none, council, now call the roll. Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Stiltner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes, 4-0. This
Thanks,
brings us
Robin.
to item 20. No problem, bud. Second reading of ordinance number 2019-25, which is amending section 2-262 of the Purchase and Sales and Procedures and ratifying purchase consistent and policy actions. Ordinance number 2019-25 is an ordinance of the City of Port Orange, Volusia County, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 6, Division 2, Section 2-262 of the Code of Ordinances regarding purchase and sale procedures, increasing the purchase threshold for a single quote up to and including $3,500, ratifying purchases effective May 1st, 2019, providing for codification, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2019-25.
Second.
Yeah, you got the number right on that one, okay. Any comments, questions, concerns? There being none, would anyone here care to speak to item 20? There being none, back to us. No comments, no questions, no concerns. Call the roll.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Stiltner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes, 4-0. That brings us to item 21. Usually when we've been sitting still about, go away. I like it when they anticipate. Usually when we've been sitting still about an hour and a half or so, I like to take a short break. I know that this is going to take a significant amount of time, and we've actually been at it since 5 o'clock. So I'd like to take that recess now, if you don't mind, so that we don't get cranky with you as we go through this over the next hour or so.
Mayor,
So we are in recess.
Can we get a motion for this recess?
No.
Okay.
We're in recess for the next 8 minutes. It's a quick 8 minutes, trust me. At least most of us are back. But I still have a quorum, so that brings us to the first reading of ordinance number 2019-26. PCD rezoning the Palms at Ashton Lakes PCD Master Development Agreement and Conceptual Development Plan. Ordinance number 2019-26 is an ordinance of the City of Port Orange, Volusia County, Florida, rezoning property consisting of plus or minus 18.72 acres located on the east side of South Williamson Boulevard, south of Oakwater Lane, from Cypress Head Planned Commercial Development to the Palms at Ashton Lakes PCD, and approving a Master Development Agreement and Conceptual Development Plan for the Palms at Ashton Lakes PCD, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2019-26.
Second.
We have standing. The item is on the floor for discussion. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Penelope Cruz, Planning. So the item before you tonight is to rezone a little over 18 acres from the Cypress Head Planned Commercial Development to the proposed Palms at Ashton Lakes PCD, as well as approval of their proposed Master Development Agreement and Conceptual Development Plan. If approved, the applicant intends to develop the site with a 167-bed assisted living facility and a future commercial out parcel. So just a little background information about this site. This property has actually been zoned commercial since 1991. It was part of the Cypress Head Planned Unit Development. The Master Development Agreement for the Cypress Head PUD stated that this property should be shown on the city's zoning map as PCD, Planned Commercial Development. The concept plan for the Cypress Head PUD showed the access for this property on Oakwater Lane. It also stated that at the point that property is ready to come forward with a development, at that point, it should go through either the PCD process to establish the development framework for the property to develop with commercial uses, or be rezoned to a conventional commercial category. The applicant has chosen to stick with the planned commercial development commercial category rather than conventional zoning, primarily to be able to limit the uses that are allowed on the property. The main use being the assisted living facility. So the Master Development Agreement and Conceptual Development Plan that are part of your agenda tonight establish that regulatory framework. It's almost like a mini land development code for this property. It establishes the dimensional requirements and the development standards for the property. Unlike some of the PUDs and PCDs that have come before you, this particular one is not asking for any deviations. The proposed concept plan has been designed to meet or exceed the Land Development Code standards. So an example of exceeding the Land Development Code standards is the buffer along Oakwater. The Land Development Code only requires a 10-foot buffer. The applicant is proposing a 25-foot buffer. So that's just one example. But the overall site has been designed to meet our standards or go above our standards with regards to site design. Access is shown off Williamson Boulevard as well as Oakwater Lane, as has been shown since 1991. It also continues the preservation of the Ashton Lakes subdivision entrance feature. There is an existing sign easement to protect that. It also continues to preserve the over 6 acres, 6.3 acres of conservation land that will continue to remain vacant and wooded. The Staff Development Review Committee has reviewed the proposed MDA. The concept plan has approved it from a technical standpoint, and so has the Planning Commission. Staff is here before you with a recommendation of approval. I know the applicant has a presentation that goes into a little bit more details, so I didn't want to kind of double up on that. They would like to go over some of those details with the council. So if it is your pleasure, I would like to turn it over to the applicant to go over the details of their proposal before we go to questions, but I'm here to answer any questions you have.
Oh, we'll have them.
Okay. And you guys can come.
There's a strange person who's never been here before.
I've been here a couple times. Good evening. For the record, I'm Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this evening. My address is 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand, for your record. I have with me this evening Bill Maggard, who's the development director with NextCore Group, We also have a couple other members of our team here, including Matt West with Lassiter Transportation Group, if you have questions that you get into this evening relating to traffic and some of those types of things. Oh, you're not quite done?
You can keep talking.
Okay. I don't want to talk over you.
Happens all the time to her,
But yeah.
but in a literal sense.
What is it? Which one? Actual size? 1:1? No, that's not it. Sorry. I thought I knew
Hit
what
the
I was
arrow
doing.
next to the comment.
Huh?
Get rid of the arrow next to the comment.
Where is the, oh, full screen mode. There we go.
There you go.
And then you can just go right.
Yeah. Okay. Let me start out by thanking a few folks. Your staff, as always, is wonderful to work with. We've had a great back and forth. I think we've improved the project from what we initially submitted, both with their input through the SDRC process. We also had a community meeting back on May 15th out in the neighborhood just to try and let the neighborhood know what we're proposing, get some input from them, and I'll walk through some changes that were the result of that input. And I want to join your comments earlier about your planning commission. We had a long hearing with them, went through some back and forth with regard to the project, and ended up with a unanimous recommendation of approval, which we very much appreciate. They are a very good board. So with that, let me walk through just a few things relating to the project that we're here to talk about this evening. From a value standpoint, we're proposing to construct the principal use on the property as an assisted living facility, approximately $29 million project. 60 full-time employees coming into the city in 3 different shifts, and I'll give you some more detail on that as well. Annual payroll coming to the city of $3 million and an estimated $355,000 in additional tax revenue. Now I want to put this in context. One of the things that Penny said in the staff report, and I think you've seen in your materials, is that the property has been zoned commercial since 1991. We were required to go through this additional PCD process or go to a straight zoning classification under that commercial designation. But just to give you an idea, based on the size of the property and the types of uses and the intensities that could be permitted on this, we went around and talked to staff. That's the Lowe's at Yorktown and Dunlawton. That's a similar size parcel, similar types of densities that are permitted. So that's the type of development you could experience on this property if it was developed to its maximum reasonable potential. Now, if you kind of said what's the theoretical maximum, it's more than that. But when you're dealing with stormwater and your parking requirements and everything else, this gives you an idea of what could go there under the densities and intensities that are consistent with both the comp plan and the designation under the existing PCD. From a traffic standpoint, we know that anything down, in the area of Airport Road and Williamson, traffic is always something that we hear as a concern and that we get feedback on. So this looks at this is Lassiter Transportation Group, as part of our application, prepared a study that looked at what's that maximum that could be generated by the site with the existing zoning entitlements on it. And so you see there 172,000 square foot shopping center. That would be the most intense use that could go on the property. Would generate about 8,700 additional daily trips. In contrast, an ACLF or an adult living facility, we're proposing 155,000 square feet. It generates about 392 daily trips. So obviously about 8,300 fewer trips than that maximum. Now we also have proposed in the PCD a 9,000 square foot neighborhood commercial building. Generates about 1,200 trips. So total about 1,550, 1,560 average daily trips with the maximum build out of what we're proposing, but a substantial reduction from, again, what that maximum would be with the shopping center type use. I want to talk through this for a second. This is not the site plan that you have in your materials. This is actually the site plan that we presented during our discussion with the neighborhood at the community meeting. And I want to walk through a couple of things about the feedback. One thing, before I start talking about those specific elements though, a benefit that we have here, I think, with this site is kind of evident in this site plan. This is an existing conservation area. It's 6.5 acres of the overall site. So it provides, I think we've got a 200 to 300 foot buffer between where we're proposing the development here and the adjacent residential neighborhood. So that's a significant feature here. We've also got, we're maintaining all of the existing wetland buffers and everything required between that wetland area, and the overall development. And so when we presented this site plan to the neighborhood, a couple of things came to the top with regard to concerns. Eliminating the Oakwater Drive or moving it to a point further west. Concern here about the delivery vehicles coming in and then coming out onto Oakwater, again being primarily a residential street. The view of the building, hiding the building from view as you come in along Oakwater Lane, and then pedestrian safety. We also heard some comments relating to, we do have the existing neighborhood sign and entry feature with the fountain for the Ashton Lakes neighborhood. So one of the things we actually added in the PCD was, we didn't want there to be any question. There's an easement that allows that sign to continue. We didn't want there, from a zoning standpoint, to be any question about that sign being some, an off-site sign that would be impermissible under your land development code. So we actually added it as a use into the PCD and added language to make sure that that could stay and be maintained. So, as a result of the feedback at that May meeting, we made some revisions to the site. Number one, the access drive that was previously located closer to where the neighborhood is was moved to the west, closer to Williamson, across from where the access drive has been planned for the parcel to the north since that original approval back in 1991. We eliminated the driveway connection that was closer to the neighborhood and provided for routing that brings the deliveries and truck traffic in to deliver food and things of that nature to the facility, into the back, and then back out onto Williamson through this main entry point. Screening, again, was, and I'll show you some specific examples in a minute, but screening was another thing that we heard, and as Penny detailed, we increased beyond the required buffer of 10 feet. We increased the buffer along the Oakwater Lane area to 25 feet. And then finally, pedestrian safety. We heard some conversation. We know that there's a lot of schools in this area. There's a lot of pedestrian traffic coming in and out here. So we did a couple things here at where the driveway connection is made. Number one, we pulled the sidewalk in away from the right-of-way. We pulled it into the property so that if you have vehicles that are turning in, you have more distance to see people that are actually using the crosswalk, using that access point. We provided signage both on the exiting vehicles, pedestrian crossing signs as part of the site plan, so that there's warning to vehicles that there are pedestrians in the area. We provided stop signs on the sidewalk so that pedestrians are aware they're crossing a driveway, and they'll pay more attention. And then we changed the texture of that surface so that you have a textured material, again alerting you to a change in where you're walking. We really kind of tried to look, and I've been told this is a bad example because it crosses at an angle, but it's still an example. We wanted to provide a number of different things that differentiate it. So again, you've got indicators on the sides for the pedestrians, you've got a difference highlighting that crossing across the roadway, and you've got pedestrian signs alerting drivers. So we tried to kind of mimic what you see in some of the other places around the city. This is another significant benefit, I think, of this type of use. This is a comparison of the shift times. I mentioned that there's 60 FTEs that are part of the proposed development. The largest shift is the first shift comes in at 6 a.m. And this is comparing it to the schools. Again, traffic is something that we heard a lot of discussion about. So we wanted to kind of compare it to what are the peaks with the school drop-offs, school pickups, things of that nature. And happily, with regard to how the shifts are structured, 6 a.m. for first shift to 2 p.m. It's really the only one that gets kind of close to any of these other times. Second shift 2 p.m. to 10, and then third 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So we have the benefit with this type of use. Not only is it one of the lowest traffic generating uses, but it's also an off-peak generator. In other words, the trips that it does generate they don't correspond with your typical peak hour trips. And again, Matt West with Lassiter is here to speak to that if you have some additional questions about that. Views from Oakwater. We've provided, basically, these aren't enhanced with regard to what additional plantings would look like. This looks at placing the building in the location that's proposed, 25 feet from the property line. And then there would be, again, that additional vegetated material that goes in front of these. But this gives you an idea from a massing standpoint of what the building would look like in that location. Now, a couple benefits that you have here. On the entryway, you already have existing vegetation. That's in the right-of-way. So you've got that additional buffering before you get to the property line. And then with the enhanced standard that we're proposing, you've got an additional 25 feet beyond that. And I've got several different views. This is, again, getting closer up to the intersection with Williamson. Gives you an idea of the massing and the, again, the vegetation. On Williamson, there's another kind of view of the building behind the Ashton Lakes sign. And then this is actually one that causes a lot of concern for our client because they do want the building to be seen. They do want to be something that is visible from the roadway, but with the buffering that's being provided, and I think we've got 50 feet along Williamson, there's a lot of existing vegetation that will also be preserved here. So, and just a couple comments quickly on kind of the nature of this use. Nextcore is a company that has done medical development, medical building development around the country for a long time. They have moved into doing assisted living facilities really at the request of a lot of the medical groups that they work with. They do a good job at what they specialize in, and so a lot of those medical groups said, you really ought to shift into doing some assisted living. And they center it around, kind of building community around meals, around activities, and around kind of common spaces. Just to give you a sense for what this facility will be like, these are reference images. Our architect team is using these to kind of design the common dining facilities so that you have not just a common cafeteria, but a different look for different types of things, depending on what the residents are looking for on a daily basis. Your wellness facilities, providing high quality facilities that, Bill Maggard has said several times to me that, as a baby boomer himself, he's going to go kicking and screaming into that next stage, and he's not going to compromise anything. And so I think that's what they're bringing to this development as well. They want to provide high quality. Their architect team is using this as kind of the images that they reference in putting their design together. And again, your common amenity space, your community areas, whether it's having spaces where you've got community gathering spaces or places to have games, pool, things of that nature, it's an important element of the overall design. This is just a general layout, just to break down kind of the components in the principal building. The salmon color here is a memory care unit. That's a fully secure enclosed unit. It actually has outdoor space that's also enclosed. You can kind of see it in here. The assisted living component would be located here. This is the independent living component here, and then the common areas, the common facilities located in the center of those wings, kind of joining everything together, again, building that community. And just to give you a few more views of the architecture, this is the building. This would be the portion of it that fronts out to Williamson. This is that edge of the wing that is closer to Oakwater. Again, the entry looking straight on. Then additional views. This is the profile that faces Williamson directly. The entry drive coming up to the porte-cochere, and then kind of the view southeast on more from the intersection or the driveway looking back towards the facility. I won't go through these in detail because I think they're in here. They're in your materials. But this is a lot of the I've talked about the changes that we've made. Based on the input we received at the community meeting. This was just kind of our matrix of things that we heard. And in some cases, we weren't able to make changes. There was a comment about, and we've heard several times even at planning board, eliminate the connection to Oakwater altogether. The concern there, we have to, particularly with this type of use, have multiple connection points for emergency vehicles in particular to serve the residents. So that's a very important thing. What we have tried to do, if you followed your code, if you followed the letter of your code, there would be no connection on Williamson. The only connection would be on Oakwater. So what we've been able to do in working with the county is really kind of change the site so that the principal connection is on Williamson instead of being on Oakwater. And we've maintained the connection on Oakwater, but moved it further away from the residential portions of the neighborhood and lined it up with that existing commercial kind of planned connection point from the original 1991 approvals. Now, I will tell you that since the community meeting, before planning board, After planning board, before this meeting, we've been had regular dialogue with the attorney that represents the HOA, because they provided some feedback to us, some of which you see in the changes that have already been made. I reached back out to him about 10 days ago just to see, coming into this hearing, are there other things that we need to look at? We did get a couple of items from them the other day. Sorry, these are the additional things that we addressed. And I can back out of this. I know you said it was on here somewhere, Penny. Okay. We did receive a request from Josh Wells, who's representing the HOA, to look at the connection on Oakwater and consider making a restriction to the turning movements. Principal concern for that request was that you'd have traffic coming out. This is that small commercial building. This is the ALF. That there would be traffic coming out and making a right turn movement going back into the neighborhood. And so, if it's your pleasure, we'd offer this up. I've told Josh that I would offer this up as a modification to the request to restrict right turning movements, so there wouldn't be any right turning movement allowed, both with signage, and then as we go through site design, we'd redesign the curbing there to prevent there from being a right turn out coming out of the facility and into the neighborhood. Frankly, I'll tell you that we hope that there's residents in the neighborhood who move their parents here or move their family members here, and so hopefully they won't be hurt by the change, that they can't come out of here and go back to their homes. But I think to address the concern that was raised, it was something that we were certainly willing to do. There were a couple of other changes with regard to the restrictions across here. I think they presented some safety concerns. We couldn't agree to those. From a long-term strategy standpoint, we thought it created some potential safety issues there. But we wouldn't object if the HOA decided that they wanted to move forward and try to work with the city to address some of the other things that they'd like to do with that access. So I appreciate your time and your patience in listening to me kind of go on and on about it. But we've put a lot of work into it. Hopefully you see that we've tried to be responsive to the concerns and comments that we've heard. We appreciate, again, your staff's recommendation of approval, your planning commission's recommendation of approval, and I'm here for any questions you might have.
Marilyn, you want to start?
I don't have any questions.
Chase, anything at this time?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Scott?
Just a quick comment about your comments on the pedestrian and bicycle safety aspects of it.
Yes.
I know a lot of focus has been placed on the Oakwater side of it.
Yes.
The last couple of days, I've been down in the area watching the traffic move through the area, specifically looking at the pedestrian and bicycle impacts in the morning and the afternoons when schools are going to and fro. There's a lot of traffic on the Williamson side, particularly. And I want to make sure that we are equally looking at safety aspects, because I know one of the things I do feel somewhat better about is that the main entrance and exit is now going to be on Williamson.
Right.
However, in doing that, we've also created the main, or proposed to create the main entrance and exit where the highest amount of pedestrian and bicycle activity is. In fact, I talked to the school crossing guard down there this morning because I was, was particularly looking from a lot of the younger ones that are going to the elementary school and stuff, and that doesn't seem, I didn't see a single one, and he says that typically not until middle school does he see them coming up that Oakwater area. Okay. But a lot of elementary school age along the Williamson frontage coming from south of the site. So I just want to make sure that as you guys continue to look at this and refine things and stuff like that, that you're given an equal amount of attention for the aspect of the bicycle and pedestrian safety. Because I know that I like the buffers, right? But that Williamson buffer, while I like that that's there that way, sometimes those buffers can create some site obstructions for somebody that's looking to pull out and looking down Williamson or something like that. And I want to just make sure that we're looking at that with due diligence on that aspect as well.
And that's a great point. I think we probably have treated both those driveways the same. I'll double check with our team as you go into public comment, and if I can reserve just a couple minutes to come back up after that point and respond to a couple of the points.
I'm sure we'll have questions for you.
Yes, sir.
And to Scott's point, precisely, when people approach a driveway in a vehicle and there's only one flow of traffic, they can get locked in waiting for that chance to pull out because there's no traffic coming this way. Something to remind them to watch the sidewalk. You know, I had a kid hit by a mail truck.
Right,
Pulling out.
coming out that
because
way.
he's waiting on traffic. My son got hit by a mail truck because he forgot to look back at the sidewalk. So something to remind people.
That's a great point. We're more than happy to continue working with your staff. This is also something that'll be permitted because it's a connection to the county road. It'll go through the county's use permitting process. I know they're very focused on safety aspects as well. So,
Well, in my situation, it probably knocked some sense into him, but that's okay.
depends on the person, I suppose, right? But no, I appreciate that point, and we'll certainly keep that in mind moving forward. And I'll try and verify whether we've got the same treatment there with regard to the pavement crossing and the signage as well.
Absolutely.
So, and with that, the other thing I just would say on that, the good thing here also, that 392 trips that you've got associated with the ALF, that includes deliveries. That includes all of the trips that are being generated. So again, even though we've made this the focus, it's still a very, very, very low trip generating use compared to what could go there. So
The need for these type of facilities is increasing rapidly. And I was just looking at some numbers. In 1980, age 90 in the United States, 720,000. That's a lot of people. There's 1.9 million Americans over the age of 90 as of 2010. That number's accelerating. Centenarians, 2015, that number is 4 times what it was in 1990.
Right.
So I would like to think that if we do things like this, build facilities like this right, we shouldn't shove them deep out of town. Right. I don't want to go visit my parents in a place like this and have to drive 20 miles and see them once a month. So there is a need. They should be a part of our community. And integrating them well, that's key. That's tough. We have to find a way to do that, and that's what we're challenging you with.
And we agree. Yeah. So.
With that, let's hear from the public. I'm sure there are probably 1 or 2 people here that want to speak to this. So here's what I'd like you to do to keep things moving. I want to let you know you've got 3 minutes. When you come up, introduce yourself. Tell us where you live. Robin will start the clock. You'll be able to see the timer. You've got 3 minutes. Now, to keep it moving, what I would ask is if people who want to speak, be ready. You know, you don't have to all line up massively, but the next person on each end, be ready to go so we can get people in and out so that we can move things along and everybody has a chance to be heard. Okay? Who wants to be first? Come on. And the next people can come on down and be in the ready position.
Arlene Fiore, 704 Salt.
Why don't you pull that microphone towards you?
Arlene Fiore, 704 Saw Palmetto Court. I've been a resident of Ashton Lakes going on 10 years now. First of all, I want to say we appreciate the type of commercial project that's going up there. We have no qualm with it being the assisted living. Our problem is strictly that safety issue on Oakwood Avenue. Councilwoman Ford was kind enough to meet with us the other day, and we showed her the problem. And I know you're not discussing the other side of the street, but I hope you're aware that where that entrance is, that they're making nice and wide and everything, right opposite on Oakwater will be an entrance or exit or both for the commercial property that's going up there. So you're going to have 2 commercial properties entering and exiting on a residential street. You can put up all your signs you want for the children and that. They don't pay attention. You can change the color of the sidewalk, a different texture. That's not going to provide safety. Of course, what we would like is eliminate the driveways altogether. They were designated 30 years ago. The demographics of Port Orange, the demographics of Williamson Road is far beyond the projections that they had thought 30 years ago. All right, builders were building on 80-foot wide plots then. Now they build on 50 and 60 wide lots. That's double the amount of homes they originally thought would go up. Double the amount of children, double the amount of people. We would like there'd be no driveways on a residential area there for commercial. However, if there is going to be a driveway, what we would like you to do is not rush to approval tonight. Give us a little more time to work this out with the developer. encourage the developer to design that at the coming in to go to the right be a curved in only, so that vehicles can only go in and exit. There can be 2 exits on Williamson, which I think they plan anyway. That way, when the property on the other side goes to meeting for all that, coming out of Oakwater, that would be an exit only. It makes sense. Nobody will be making U-turns, nobody will be turning around, nobody will be going in the development, because the driveways will be curved in the direction they're supposed to go. That makes sense. It also makes sense to readdress the county to consider that what they did 30 years ago on the plan is not appropriate for today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me. For the record, my name is Josh Wells, right in KCPA. It's at 340 North Causeway in New Smyrna Beach. Just to be clear here, I do represent the Ashton Lakes Homeowners Association, Inc., the entity, and that is represented, of course, by the Board of Directors. So those are my clients, and I have been communicating with them and the developer's attorney, Mark Watts, who you heard from a minute ago, about very limited issues. And again, we have no concerns from the board about the type of use on the property, the assisted living facility. As you just heard, it's very limited in its scope, the concerns to the access on Oakwater Lane, and making sure that it's at least as safe as it can be for the pedestrians there, because as you may know, as it currently exists, Oakwater Lane is only an entrance to a neighborhood. So any new entrances to a commercial development at that site, we want to make sure that we have proper traffic controls, hard traffic controls, including the curbing. And I do thank Attorney Watts for working with me on doing some site planning revisions to effectuate that right in, left out traffic pattern there on Oakwater Lane. The only other element of traffic controls that I had really discussed with the board that was not really addressed by the developer was the potential for adding a median or an extension of the median that currently exists there that the HOA maintains, which would theoretically help to curb some of the traffic coming from the north parcel turning left, as well as any traffic going across from one parcel to the next, the south parcel to the north parcel. You may know, or you may be able to see on the plans, but the way those 2 driveways line up, it would just be basically 2 stop signs going across an unstopped or unsignaled street. So the concern there is the street is actually wider than a regular 2-lane street. So any controls we could put in place to have traffic at that intersection either be stopped oncoming, on Oakwater Lane, or preventing traffic from crossing from the south parcel to the north parcel at all.
And I'm sorry, real quick, did you say you have already communicated that with them, and that is in design or
no? That is the one thing that we were not able to work out with the developer, and Attorney Watts may speak on that when he comes up at the end here. But we do appreciate the left turn or the right in, left out traffic pattern there, as maintained by some hard controls, curbing, and things like that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Come on.
Thank you for the opportunity. Jeremy Fairs, 801 Crosswind Way. Is it at all possible to have the graphic back up, or you all have the graphic in front of you? If you look, you've got this development going in on the south side of Oakwater, and you're going to have future development probably relatively soon on the north side. If you look at how, on the one hand, it's great that they've moved that access that goes on to Oakwater, but when you look at how much closer up to Williamson it is, and when you look at the future development on the north side, you're going to have an intersection right next to an intersection. And that's something to consider when you talk about doing this right for the future. Please, if it would be at all possible to stipulate, if that could be an emergency vehicles. Because if you make it, just playing devil's advocate, if you make it a right turn out onto Oakwater or eliminate right turn, we certainly don't want delivery trucks making a right and going through the neighborhood going out, and really just the congestion that's going to be right there. I think we're all in agreement that this is going to happen and just want it massaged and worked out as smoothly and equitably to everyone as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Come on. Appreciate you all keeping it flowing for everybody.
Thank you. My name is Linda Banwell. I live at 777 Crosswind Way. I'm a resident of Ashton Lakes. I've been there for almost 3 years. Our concerns mirror a lot of the concerns of our community, of course. I'm a nurse. I understand the need for assisted living and all of those things and the growth of the population. I get that. I run a home health agency, so I understand those needs. My concerns, though, come from the traffic aspect, of course. One of the things when you're talking about the size of the assisted living facility, the memory care unit, the ALF, and then the independent, and the 392, in and outs that occur with that, you can kind of encapsulate that. But then when you're also looking at the independent side, people that come and go at different times of, throughout the day, whatever avenue they're going to take, probably the path of least resistance would be Oakwater, to use that as their in and out if you don't want to deal with the traffic on Williamson. But having said that, I have a grandson as well who's with us in the neighborhood. And you indicated that you had spent some time in the morning. I take that route every morning to take my grandson to school. By far, the traffic has been about the worst, and we've only been here a short time, but I don't know if you've seen the traffic that has spread out to Williamson, where people are coming across the airport, blocking the intersection because they can't get through. They're compounded at the light, so therefore you can't turn into Oakwater, you can't turn out. So you're taking a residential area, putting that intersection within an intersection. Yes, there are kids, the traffic guard, I see him every day, but the kids that still want to ride their bike and go up and down, and we have a lot of, community members who walk their dogs, go out for walks with their grandkids. You're talking about an intersection within an intersection, and we have really huge safety concerns with that. I agree with the comments that Arlene Fiore made. We're looking at something that started back in 1991, and we're not the same community. We weren't here, but growth is going to continue to happen if it has to be, and it looks like a beautiful facility. The emergency vehicle exit entrance, that's understandable. You need to have that. But trying to protect the community and what we stand for and the safety of that, I think really needs to be looked at further. I'm concerned that there's going to be accidents that happen, and it changes the dynamic of really what our neighborhood is about. We want to be community, absolutely, but I think we can do that without the traffic pattern and the incoming commercial development that's going to happen, just increasing what comes in and out of our neighborhood and the pass-through that's probably likely to happen if you go through to not Sterling Chase, that backs up to it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up. Well, that's how you get to meet new people. Yes, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity for voicing my opinion here. My name is Mandar Kulkarni. I'm a resident in the Ashton Lakes community, 790 Ashton Lakes Boulevard. I've been living in the community for the last 2 years now. And one of the main criteria for me and my family to choose Ashton Lakes was that there was no need for the community to be gated. It is really safe for me and my four-year-old son to bike around in the community, but now I'm having second thoughts. I'm a faculty member in the aerospace engineering department at Embry-Riddle, so I teach kids, and I know that they'll take the route of least resistance when they have to do something. And I think this goes for everybody who is also driving. So I'm going to take the route of least resistance. So if it is going to be Oakwater lane as something that is going to have less traffic, when I'm going to exit the new property that is being constructed, I'll take that. And in regards to the traffic and the time when it is going to be the highest in the new community, it is not just going to be during the shift change times. It is going to be when there is, as somebody pointed, an emergency vehicle coming to the place. And there are going to be people who are going to drive in the on the Oakwater lane, regardless of whether they want to go in the Oakwater lane or not. So I have personally had to reroute certain vehicles because they wanted to go to the Ashton Lakes apartment facility that is down south on Williamson. So there are going to be people who want to enter the assisted living facility, but they're going to take a wrong turn and go into Oakwater lane. So there is going to be such traffic that is unanticipated. And when I go out with my 4-year-old son walking on in that part of Ashton Lakes, I'm now going to have second thoughts. And I want our community to be safe as it has been for so many years, and stay that way. So I would really like to echo the comments that Arlene made a few minutes ago. If it is possible to make it even safer, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Rhodes. I actually live at 6211 Tortoise Creek Lane. I live on the first street to the right, just past that conservation area that you all were describing on your map. I bought in Ashton Lakes 3.5 years ago because it was a residential community. It's one way in, it's one way out, and there's no other traffic except for those of us who live there. I am as concerned as everyone else tonight of everything that you've heard, all the comments that everyone has made about safety, security, traffic, and all of that. And you said that you have been at that corner and during the school hours. Well, I drive through that every morning on my way to work, and I do watch the crossing guards and how hard their jobs are of making sure that those children get everywhere that they want to go. Have you watched how fast those cars drive down that southern extension of Williamson Boulevard around that curve to that traffic light?
I live out there.
Okay.
So yeah, I see it as much as you do.
It's frightening. And I don't know if your developer has gone out and looked at the traffic that comes around there, but their Williamson entrance is going to be affected by those people that are not paying any attention to where they're going. And a lot of times you can't see the light either when you're coming around that curve on that south part of Williamson. I'm concerned about driving into my neighborhood, that when I purchased the beautiful entrance, and now I'm going to drive in to construction and noise and whoever knows what about lighting or anything as far as their parking lot lighting. They didn't talk about anything about that. And I'm going to have to look at this 3-story building in the front of my neighborhood that it no longer makes us a residential area. I am also concerned about the construction that's going to go on the north side, and I know that that's not what we're talking about tonight. I also don't get the feeling that there's anything that's going to stop this at this point. So I guess those of us that live in Ashton Lakes will just have to accept progress and let our community move on. From a traffic standpoint, I do want to ask if anyone has considered giving us an advanced green turn lane in the turn lane into Oakwater, going southbound and turning into our neighborhood. We do not have an advanced green now. There is an advanced green going in the other direction if you're going to turn onto Airport Road. And I think that would help from a traffic flow standpoint if y'all would consider something like that.
Jake, is that something that the county would have
That's
to
a
take
county,
with?
yes, sir.
Okay.
We can get with them.
Thank you.
Well, the developer can get with them.
And I'm just wondering, of all the land there is in Port Orange, is this the only property that was available? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tony Leyva. I live in Ashton Lakes. I've been there, one of the first people to buy there. And I first lived on the north end of Port Orange, and just before they paved the road on Clyde Morris. So I've been here a long time. And Port Orange has really developed and made a beautiful place here. and I really enjoyed it. And the area that is just getting a little too big, and you guys should be listening to the people here that where we bought homes, that we loved it. And like I said, Ashton Lakes, I was real happy with it because it's a nice area to have kids or grow up in a nice area to live in with the new schools and all that. And the second question was, I was going to ask you, and she had already suggested it, that the way in and way out, there's need to be a arrow going south from the north, because by the time I get to the stoplight, it's going to be turned red, and the green light was already going north. So I'm waiting for it again, and then now it's going to turn green, and coming from Airport Road, it's green for them, and I got to wait again. And then the second question was that you were there in the corner this week when school opened up. My wife can't even get out. And we're lucky there was a police officer. I don't know if maybe one of you guys sent it there, or maybe somebody called the police department. But he was sitting in the light there. And before, cars were just going through the red light because they couldn't get out, or, go across and go north. And we couldn't get out to go north either. So there's got to be something done. And if they build there, it's going to be worse. And I'm sorry, I hate to say, but there are going to be more accidents because people want to go to work and they can't make a turn, and they can't go but another 2 or 3 feet at a time because the school police officer is stopping the traffic for the families to drop their kids off in there. So you're just going like this, and that's it. And then people are very angry, and they're going through the red lights because they can't wait for the next 15 seconds or 30 seconds for it to turn green again. So you guys got to think about that. And this community where we're at now is a beautiful community, and I hate to see it, go downhill. Thank you.
This side, then you. Come on over. Yep, you're already up, and you can be next.
My name's Ken Bradley. I live in Quail Ridge Drive in Ashton Lakes. I basically grew up my whole life here, graduated from Creek, lived here, raised my family here. I've got 2 5-year-old twins that are attending Cypress Creek for the first time in kindergarten. And we bought our house in this neighborhood for a reason. It is a single entrance in and out. It is a good neighborhood. It's got good schools, and there's very little traffic. And that's something that's always a concern. One thing I'd like the developers to consider is they're putting a 25-foot buffer on Oakwater, on our residential street, but a 50-foot buffer on the road that they really want a presence on. It seems backwards. If they want their building to be seen, they want to have a commercial presence, why would you hide it from the main road where all the traffic really is? And then open it up on a residential street that's only traveled by a few residents? Seems strange. I'd rather see a bigger buffer, a thicker buffer, a more serious buffer on our road to keep our neighborhood separate from the commercial development. And also, all of the graphics that you saw today, everything that you saw in all the presentations from the city as well as the other developer, only showed their buildings as if it's in a silo, as if no other development has any effect on it, and it has no effect on any other development. And I think it would be inappropriate and short-sighted for us to consider just their development without looking at how it affects everything else. Directly across from where they're trying to put is another road that connects our neighborhoods. Once people realize that they can get through that, they can cut through our neighborhood to avoid the lights and avoid the schools and avoid the traffic, and it's going to turn our neighborhood into a highway. And we don't want that. The only alternative we would have would be to gate our community, which we don't want to do. So I would like that to be considered by the council. Please don't consider their development project as a silo, because it will affect other projects. All the neighborhoods that are being built. South on Williamson is nothing but neighborhoods going on. The entire thing is growing at a pace that we never considered 30 years ago. Hell, we never considered it 10 years ago.
Now we're going to have hundreds, maybe thousands of more homes, more people, more families traveling that same road every single day. And we're supposed to just ignore that's going to happen in the future. Of course we can't. We have to consider those things. And now we're talking about putting a 167 bed facility that's 4 stories. They say it's 3, but really it's 3 levels of, you know, patients. But there's really 4 levels because there's a whole other section on top. And this is going to be a huge building, a huge facility in what was otherwise a nice, peaceful neighborhood. And we really need to consider the entrance on Oakwater because it's going to be a real danger. It's going to be a pain. It's going to influence everything. I really think they need to really consider not having that entrance on Oakwater. It's a commercial building. The commercial entrances belong on a commercial road, a 2-lane divided highway where traffic can be controlled, not in a neighborhood. That's about all I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You wanted to speak, right? Come on up. See, time's up already.
I'm out.
He wasn't ready to get out of his seat yet. Thank you. Robert Myers. I'm 793 Crosswind Way in Ashton Lakes. And I just want to say a lot of things have already been said, so I'm going to stick to a couple different things. As you're aware, there's a neighborhood being built right behind us, which will circle around behind Ashton Point, the apartment complex, which is bringing all these elementary kids down that sidewalk. And I can assure you that if you have a crossing guard at Oakwater, when this is all done and over, you'll definitely need a crossing guard down there because a lot of that traffic that Scott alluded to is coming from Ashton Point. A lot of those kids coming down there. So I mean, I wouldn't want my kid walking down that street because it's going to be a little crazy. As far as the Oakwater entrance goes, you know, one of the things that we're looking at also, I mean, you know, in a perfect world, I wish we didn't have it at all. I wish we didn't have, because there's even going to be more traffic to the north, and I think the council people need to know with this other development that's to the north, which is going to be straight across from their Oakwater entrance, is going to even, that's where the real traffic is going to be, is from Central Park. That is really going to create a lot of traffic. I'm not saying these folks aren't, but there are going to be a lot more at that entrance. But the one thing we'd really like to see is, and if you haven't seen the property, there's a, Ms. Ford may have seen it when she was out there, there's an island that sits in there that we have the rights to, would have columns on them. We irrigate it, there's lights on it, and there's thoughts of maybe extending that island in the main reason to prevent anyone from, one, going all the way around Sterling Chase to come into these gentlemen's assisted living, and the same thing, just not to have people crossing over between these two. Because, you know, if you want a coffee over there at Dunkin' Donuts or whatever's going to go over there, you might get done at the assisted living and want to shoot straight across and go out there. I just think that if we've got to put up with these entranceways, that possibly our subdivision could extend our island out there so we can keep people from only turning in, coming into Oakwater to go into these gentlemen's facility, and as far as the other one goes on the other side, Central Park, so they would turn, make a right-hand turn and go out to the light. It's just the traffic, it needs to be looked at there because it is a busy intersection. I don't need to repeat what everybody else has said, but that is one of the things that the HOA, and I'm on the board there, would maybe help consider looking at so we could hold that traffic down a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who else? Come on. You've been itching. Come on.
I'm stiff for sitting so long.
So we need to get you up then.
My name is Richard Fiore. I'm at 704 South Palmetto Court in Ashton Lakes. I think it might be your fiduciary duty to ask the developer to put the pencil back to the plan and see if he's going to have a cut through on Williamson Bypass. It's already on the plans. There's a cut through. They put traffic going both ways. So why can't they redevelop that cut through, make it so there's no entrance or exit on Oakwater at all, okay, and coordinate their funds to put all the safety that you talked about for the traffic that's going to be going up there and that one entrance. So all they have to do is put a pencil to it, and I'm sure they can come up with something. That's all I got.
Thank you. Come on.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Purin. I live at 6201 Tortoise Creek Lane in Ashton Lakes. First, I want to thank the mayor and the council for the work that you do, for the hard decisions that you have to make. Appreciate your service to the community. 4 years ago, my wife and I were shown our home there in Ashton Lakes, and we loved the quiet entrance on Oakwater, and we loved the community, we loved the home. And so we bought. But in retrospect, I wish our real estate agent had said, well, I want to give you some full disclosure here. This isn't Pinnacle Park. The community doesn't own its entrance. It's not Sterling Chase. The community doesn't own its entrance here. It's not Sawgrass. The community doesn't own its entrance here. In fact, the entrance, both north and south side, will be sold. On the north side, there'll be a daycare center with a whole lot of parents driving in and out, dropping off their kids, a lot of additional traffic. On the south side, there will be an assisted living facility, a lot of traffic, possibly sirens in the night, older people needing to be taken to the hospital. Whole lot more traffic. Now you can get in and out of your community easily, but after that development, you're going to be backed up. And there'll be people coming out of the assisted living, turning right, perhaps, or other people coming through the community, delivery people a little bit lost, coming down to your street and doing U-turns. There will be people in your community who'll be tempted to go through Sterling Chase and out onto Williamson that way. In the morning, when the traffic's already backed up at the school, there on Williamson, it's going to be backed up all the way down Airport Road to Water's Edge. It's going to be backed up down Williamson, where all the new development is at Woodhaven and other areas. And of course, when Williamson is extended across Pioneer Trail all the way down to 44 by Walmart, the additional traffic that develops from that is going to be just phenomenal. So you're going to face intense traffic. You're going to face the loss of your private entrance, which is never private to begin with. The area that says conservation area, it's not. You thought that was a big conservation area from the fountain all the way in to the first little lake on the right. It's not. It might be retained as a little bit of a buffer zone. Maybe there'll be an easement for your fountain and your pillars, but your community doesn't own that entrance. That will all be developed. The nature of your community will change. The traffic will be massive. There may be blockages, in fact, in the Airport Road, Williamson, Oakwater intersection. People that just can't get from Airport onto Williamson, people who can't get up Williamson, especially at the time that the school has their 20-mile-an-hour zone there.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Who's that guy?
Come on.
With his hand up.
Go, Jimmy.
Strange individual.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jim Paytas Homes at 794 Sanders Road. I'm the owner of the property and developer of Ashton Lakes. I appreciate everybody's comments. Thought I'd come up real quick. I won't take 3 minutes. Just to give you a little quick background, we did acquire this property as part of Ashton Lakes. That community, this was acquired as part of it, has always been there, and it allowed us to actually create the beautiful community that we created that you guys seem so proud of. Which I'm standing back here listening to this dialogue, and really I'm thinking, God bless America that we can stand up here and have this good debate that we're having, because there's some good input from both sides, and we're listening to everybody, and it seems like we got the best developer on board to be able to listen to what their needs are. So we were able to acquire that. Now we're looking to sell it. We did have a prior case up here that the neighbors didn't like. We withdrew that. We listened to them. We withdrew that. This seems to be the best possible scenario. We think we have a great developer on board that seems to be listening to everybody. This is the best scenario in our eyes for traffic. Anything that all the aspects that you apply, that you go through, you look at all the scenarios that can impact the neighbors. Something's going to happen there. This is the best thing that can happen. As part of the driveways line, all the site plan stuff, that's up for staff to work out. They seem to be working all that out, and I'm sure that everybody's going to get what they need. The identity of this project was ours that we created for the residents there. The corner sign is going to remain. That whole identity, that strip, everything that we created, we worked hard to preserve for the neighborhood, and it's not going to be impacted. I just confirmed that, as well as we have in the past, because that was a big thing for us and the neighbors. So we've done the very best that we could do. We think this is the best application for this site. We think it's the best thing for the neighborhood and the best possible scenario that can happen. So I appreciate your time, and thanks for listening.
Thanks, Jimmy. Who else? And it comes back to us then. Council comments and questions. Why don't we start with Chase? Great. Well, you know.
Let me ask a couple questions of legal first before I go into my comments. Margaret, are we permitted from a legal standpoint to prohibit the entry on Oakwater?
Are we permitted to prohibit? That's a tough question. What I will tell you is what's before you and your staff has presented tonight and described this project. This project complies with your ordinances, and your ordinances are your laws, and I'm always going to tell this council it's the best thing for this city for your decisions to follow the ordinances. Now, I don't think that answers your question, but your question goes both ways when you say permitted to prohibit. In other words, can we deny this tonight?
Correct.
Would you be following your ordinances? I don't think so. I mean, tough question.
What are the ramifications if council decided to?
Well, I don't have a crystal ball here tonight, but you've got 2 or 3 attorneys in the audience. That can tell you what can happen. You got 2 or 3 attorneys in the audience. Attorneys do things, and I can't control any of them, and neither can you.
We're happy to have some control over you.
Well, now, me isn't a matter. We can change things right away.
First of all, and I appreciated hearing everyone's comments regarding the importance of the project itself, and in that, as a U.S. history teacher for a decade, I know it's time for the baby boomers to retire, and it's coming, and there is certainly a great need. And I appreciate everyone being here tonight and the comments that were made, and I just want to give an encouragement that even if a resolution doesn't come in your favor in what the main request is, I don't want anyone to feel that the time was wasted, because the effort of being here tonight and heightening the concern and bringing awareness to the staff and the developer of the concerns of safety, that alone will have saved lives because of the adjustments that have been made and will continue to make. We're in a tough situation from a legal standpoint, as you heard. A lot of times, so often, far too many times, things come before us that is really a lesser of two evils vote, is what you're looking at. For example, there's a development that's going on across right now. You see the sign of the daycare. That daycare never came before us for approval. Didn't have to, because it's zoned properly. What is allowed there already at this time is far worse than what could be going, and I think we understand that. We'd be having a whole different conversation, a whole heightened aspects of concerns. From a a Port Orange resident standpoint, listen, I'm born and raised here. 1979, moved here, and I was 4 years old in '84. Born in Halifax. Lived all over the county for the first 4 years, and I've ridden my bike every square mile of this city. I don't like how big it's gotten. I tell my kids all the time. I used to get anywhere in 5 minutes, anywhere. I knew all the back roads of Port Orange. Now they're all just backed up. And I hate it. I really do. I hate it as much as anybody. The downside is the law has us at times. And I recently, lost a request just not too long ago when we had a residential development on the east side of town that requires a connectivity into my mom's neighborhood. It loves to walk around the neighborhood. It's going to attract more traffic into it. The neighborhood I grew up in the hamlet, and it impacted it. What do we do about it? Growth is going to happen. That being said, the continued activism, the continued awareness that you guys are bringing to this by being here tonight, by communicating with the developer, in the long run, you're making the best possible scenario out of, what could be awfully worse. So those are just my comments. It's never a fun position to be in when you can't grant the citizens what they're asking for, because that's our job. But you have to make tough calls sometimes, and we're bound by the law.
Before I move on, do you have any questions of staff or the developer?
I would like to hear some of the concerns addressed, and I think it was a great question. To talk about the buffers on Williamson, the buffer on Oakwater. Why wouldn't that be more vegetation there? I mean, there's some great questions that were asked.
I'll come back to you, but since we'll all probably have questions of him, and he'll probably cover it up front.
But those are my comments.
Why don't we hear from him right now, and then I'll come back to you for questions. Do you ever feel like there are 1,000 people looking at you?
All the time.
Well,
all the time.
No exception now.
No,
Who are you again?
Again, for the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb & Cole on behalf of the applicant. My address is 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. And I very much appreciate, and as we'd indicated in our initial presentation, appreciate the concerns that we've heard from the neighborhood as we've worked through the process with this. And I think those are all very much concerns that staff has taken to heart and kind of reiterated to us as we've worked through it. So I'm going to address a couple of the things that we heard in the comments. I'll address the point on buffers and some of the other traffic concerns, and I think it might be helpful to have Matt West come up and get into a little bit more detail on some of the traffic, because I think there's some questions about the movements in and out in the two different driveway locations. So I'll do that in just a minute. But first, let me address the question about the buffers. So what staff had indicated when we started and when they gave their presentation that unlike a lot of PCDs, we're not asking for variations from your land development code. We're actually meeting or exceeding the standards that are in there. So the buffers are a good example of that. The minimum standard that your code requires on Williamson is 50 feet. And so that's one where we are meeting that required, and you've got that standard all along Williamson. So we're meeting the standard that your code requires on there. Where we're exceeding the standard is what we added to Oakwater. So your code requires a 10-foot buffer in that location. We've gone to a 25-foot buffer there. Now, that was a costly change for us, because what that does from a site plan standpoint, Penny, where'd my, just the revised exhibit. Oh, there it is, okay. And this is probably something that change is something that benefited the neighborhood in a couple different ways. So when we shifted the entire site this direction to accommodate that additional buffer area, one of the things that made us do was compress the parking here. So we had less parking to support the additional commercial building, so that building had to get smaller. So because we added that additional buffer and increased what your code would otherwise required, it had kind of a cascading effect through the site. And I think this building at one point in time was actually 20,000 square feet of neighborhood commercial. It's down 9,000 square feet, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that we had to give up parking to save trees and to increase the buffers on the site. So the buffer on Oakwater is one of those examples, again, where we're exceeding the standard that's in your code as a response of the comments that we heard. With regard to traffic, I'm going to ask Matt, will you come up and just kind of do a 2-minute synopsis on the traffic?
Hi, I'm Matthew West with LTG Incorporated at 1450 West Granada Boulevard in Ormond Beach. A couple of things I want to hit on. First of all, there's a lot of concern about how is the traffic going to be addressed, and I can tell you right now we are in the middle of that traffic impact analysis. This city and this region are in the River Sea Transportation Planning Organization. They have a set of guidelines about how you study the traffic impacts of all kinds of developments in the TPO. And for example, we had to look out 3 miles from this site and look at all the roadways and the intersections and identify which ones, and the city of Port Orange and Volusia County had to agree on what intersections they wanted us to analyze and what roadway segments they wanted us to analyze. There was concern, though, how about having a protected left turn on southbound Williamson to Oakwater? Once again, that is a county road. That's going to be the county's decision about whether or not this project or the one on the north side triggers the need for a protective left. You can't put up a new traffic signal or modify one without having a justification, without having done warrant studies. So in this case, we're in the middle of that now. We've submitted a traffic study to the city and the county, and they're reviewing it right now. The other concern I heard was that there was, why not have just the access on Williamson? Well, if the access on Williamson is a directional left in only. It's not a full median opening. So you're really restricting a lot of the movements. You're probably going to force U-turns, additional U-turns on Williamson, because you don't have that new median opening will only be a left in, and it won't be a left out. Also, the concern about the the peak hour, the rush hour in the morning and the afternoon. In our analysis, in the AM peak hour, which is sometime between 7 and 9 a.m., and at the busiest hour between 7 and 9 a.m., this ALF will generate 22 vehicle trips. So that's essentially 11 entering the site and 11 leaving the site in an hour in the morning. And in the evening, and that's usually between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., there'll be 39 p.m. peak hour trips. Now, you're going to have to divide those between the two access points. So, if you just split them in half, you're going to have 18 or 19 going in on Oakwater and 18 or 19 going in or out of the Williamson axis. That's a relatively low traffic situation, especially compared to if you put a Wawa or a racetrack on this property, you'd have 400 to 500 trips in a peak hour. And you'd have 4,000 to 5,000 trips daily. So I think in that case, this is probably a little more preferable, and as people have said, the lesser of evils when you talk about traffic impacts. The final thing I wanted to hit on is Councilperson Stiltner brought up the pedestrian crossing of the Williamson access, and that there's a higher pedestrian or children walking to school situation there. Once again, we offered to do that, and we will work, as we go through the traffic study, we will work with the county on that because it's their right-of-way, and they'll decide what we're allowed to put in the right-of-way or not for safety devices and warning signs and all that. So,
Matt, I had Ms. Rhodes, I think, asked a question about the speed on South Williamson coming around that curve where the access drive is. How will the county handle the speed and the design there?
Well, the county, just like DOT and the county and the city of Port Orange have their own set of regulations for traffic safety and traffic engineering. So we're going to abide by whatever those codes say, and they have the benefit of decades and decades of information and research and design. So we're going to comply with what the county and the city codes require.
And so you'll likely end up with a turn lane there before you, or a taper?
Well, you've got a southbound left. It's just not protected.
Right. Okay. I think that addressed the kind of high points that we wanted to make sure we were responding to. With regard to, I know we've spent a lot of time talking about the movements at the Oakwater driveway. Again, I think from a principal concern standpoint, the request that we had before was, from the HOA and from Mr. Wells was to restrict, the right turn out of that, and we're happy to do that. And what you see in front of you now actually is this would be the replacement sheet 2 in the PD if you choose to add this as part of your motion tonight, to add a specific condition that movement right out onto Oakwater would be prohibited. And we would then work with staff both during to provide that both with signage and with design of that curb.
To reserve the right to do that later on if need be. Do we need to do that tonight? I'd like to that people to have input on that.
This is only first reading.
Yep.
So
we've
got time.
They asked for, Mr. Wells asked that we consider this condition, and so we agreed. This was the one that we
Well,
we felt.
that's what I want to know.
They want it.
Yeah, they wanted it, and then so we agreed that we could do that. The second one, and this was one of the things that Mr. Wells mentioned in his comments. The second point is there is, and if you've been out there, there's a painted median opening. I'm referencing on here. There's a painted median kind of right here, and they wanted us to consider, making that a paved structure, making it a paved median that would prohibit or that would prevent, a crossing movement there. Somebody going from the south lot to the north lot there, or vice versa across that roadway. We don't. I just want to make sure that we're clear. We don't anticipate or we're not counting on that trip. We don't need that movement. We're not looking for it. I do think it's important from a safety standpoint, from a traffic circulation standpoint, to have the left turn coming out, because then you get to if you have all of your traffic coming in and out on Williamson, all of your traffic is coming through an unsignalized intersection. Matt talked about the fact that you then create U-turn movements. You then, if you have somebody that wants to go southbound, then you're forcing them to come up and then go to the light very quickly and then do a U-turn movement. And if you come down ISB in Daytona, you know that every one of the lights there, the first 20 people in line in one of those turn lanes are people doing U-turns to go back the other direction on ISB. That's what you're going to create if you restrict access to that light, in addition to the issues and concerns with emergency vehicles. So we are happy, I think, we can go a step further on the restriction. We don't need a direct across. We'd be happy to design that intersection, that driveway, so that there's no right turn, as they requested, and there's no straight movement allowed. I think the point where, I don't, and I'm not an engineer, so I play one every now and then in hearings like this, and sometimes I stay at a Holiday Inn Express. But the concern that I would have if you put something like a structure there, you are still going to have people coming off of Williamson leftbound that want to come into that north lot, and you are still going to have people that may want to try there. So I think what you end up doing is create U-turns that come into Oakwater. And I think Pheasant Run is the first neighborhood, the road on the left as you come into Oakwater, into Ashton Lakes. You're going to make U-turns up there. And so I think that's the concern I had. And I think your staff may have different thoughts on it. I'll defer to them on that with regard to kind of the planning concepts behind having those commercial driveways line up and the connectivity that your code. I remember 20 years ago when I first came back to this area to work in land use, Rob Merrill and I spent an afternoon driving up and down Dunlawton because we had a client that wanted to get another driveway on Dunlawton, and you had a Dunlawton master plan that said you will not have, these are the driveways that are allowed. And we found after 20 years, I think, of development, there were 2 exceptions that had been made to that Dunlawton master plan in that 20-year period. You've done an exceptional job of regulating how access is controlled in Port Orange. And I think this is an example of it. You have planned for this. I think there's some ways that we can tweak it to make it a little bit better. Again, I think if we, agree that straight across movement, we would put signage and other structures in place on our site with the driveway to make it a directional, so that you're discouraging that straight across movement. We'd be happy to do that.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
As long as Mark is here.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is so the HOA would like not to have a right turn and only a left out of Oakwater, or right turn only?
No right.
And Josh is here, so if I speak, if I misstate this, I'll let him correct it.
I'm not sure I heard it correctly, so I wanted to.
So their request to us was to prohibit a right turn into Ashton Lakes out of our driveway here, and to
turn.
Their
Only
request
permit a
specifically
left.
was for a structure to be built in the middle of Oakwater Lane that would prevent the left or the straight movement out. We're fine eliminating that movement. I think the structure may create longer term issues, and I think that creates problems with some of your other code provisions. But we're happy to restrict it to a left out to get to the light for that traffic. Again, we recognize and appreciate the safety concerns there. We're trying to do everything we can within the constructs of the code and the need for safe access for our residents and the folks that would be part of the community here. So.
My final comment would be, with all due respect to Matt's presentation, anytime someone brings me numbers as to how many trips are going to happen, I never believe it. Always going to be far more.
Yeah.
So I want to operate with that understanding, and typically, I like to let business do business, and I don't like to interfere, but more important than anything is protecting the integrity of neighborhoods, and that's why this particular project is so pivotal, because it directly impacts a neighborhood, and I hate that. So what I'm going to ask is that you're able to communicate with Josh as much as possible, so these people can have a voice in what happens over there.
We do appreciate the fact that you all have taken the time to meet with them, because you wouldn't have made the progress you've already made if you hadn't.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And this would be a whole lot more adversarial tonight from them and from us if you hadn't.
Well, believe it or not, my purpose in reaching out and trying to have conversations like that is to make your job easier, to hopefully try and limit the things that you have to think about and consider when we get to a hearing like this. I think that I think the structures, it creates some concerns. I think, that restricting the movement out to a left out certainly can be done. And I think we can work with your staff to make sure we do that in a manner that's safe. And again, we'll follow up on Williamson to make sure that we know that that's from a pedestrian standpoint, that connection point is as safe as possible.
What other questions do you have?
I didn't have any other question. I had a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
It was my understanding, because one of the citizens talked about delivery trucks perhaps. One of the reasons they wanted the restricted left is they didn't want them shunted down to the development. But I thought I saw in your slides that you had already made a modification with a T turnaround or something so that delivery trucks will enter off of Williamson and exit. Is that correct?
That's correct. So at the neighborhood meeting in May, we showed, if you can see on the graphic here, that we had a driveway connection here that would allow circulation. Are you seeing that? Okay. Sorry, I'm referencing this every time I'm talking, and you're not seeing it. So we had a connection right here with that driveway.
Gotcha.
So we eliminated that, and if you see this structure, this is where the vehicles can come up here, back in to do deliveries, and then they come back out and go back to Williamson there.
Okay.
So again, that was to address the concern we heard at that point.
Okay.
Any other questions? I've got one last comment, and then I'll.
Scott, you got questions?
On the on this change to this Oakwater entrance exit area that you and the HOA attorney kind of talk about, will it be possible for you? I know it's kind of probably going to be a short type thing, but by second reading, would there be some type of a design for us to visually see? And because I liked the idea, if a entrance and exit has to be there, I do like the fact that it has, because I know one of the very first things we heard from some of the residents was they didn't like where it was way back into the community, and then I know it got moved forward, and then this idea of only being able to make a left turn out onto Oakwater and a right turn in, I like that, but then this idea of not being able to go straight across to a future facility or business over there, I like that as well, but I'm struggling to visually see how does that get constructed so that that doesn't occur. I also will say, and this is why we have meetings with all these discussions, even though I know it takes a long time, I think you're right, it hadn't occurred to me that if for any reason you extended a hard median, that may unintentionally force people back into farther into the neighborhood than I would want them to be. So that's worthy of some more thought for sure. So I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, I would just somehow be able to see the design on that.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Roger Stricola is the engineer that, and he's working on the site plan now. I think by the time, you know, we do come back to you obviously for second reading. I think we can talk to Roger and at least, you know, have some concepts of what that would look like, because I think he'll, you know, he's got an S on his chest. It stands for Stricola, but he does amazing things and gets stuff turned around very quickly. So, you know, I think we could certainly talk to him and make sure we've got that for that next meeting.
There's absolutely no way you're going to get out of second reading with a promise. The I's have got to be dotted.
Yeah.
The T's have got to be crossed.
We're continuing
to talk about
yeah.
the things we do between a first reading and a second reading. The
Yeah.
second reading is it. So
and our, you know, we're
and everybody here sitting here has got to know that.
We understand that, and we're continuing to try and respond to the concerns as we hear them. So, the one comment I wanted to offer up is, you know, I think, and Mr. Paytas, you know, spoke to it, and Mr. Tremont, you kind of said that you got the lesser of two evils here. I think from the standpoint, you know, this property does have commercial entitlements. It's got a commercial land use classification. I think the worst case scenario, you talked about the fact that you didn't see the project that came across the street because it's got zoning and it went straight to site plan. You know, I think the worst case scenario you could have for this particular property is for it to come in with a request to rezone to community commercial, which by right under your comp plan would be consistent with your comp plan. And then you could come in and just do a site plan for a shopping center, a site plan for those types of things, where you don't have the give and take that you do in the PCD process. I think the opportunity here is to lock down a use and a design that is responsive to what we've heard from the community, while at the same time locking in a permanent use on the property that restricts the traffic so much more than what could be there if it was under straight zoning. So, you know, the Wawa, you know, example is something that if you had community commercial zoning, if it was a straight zoning, it's not something that I think, you know, I'd defer to your city attorney to advise you on that, but I think it would be something that, because of the comp plan consistency, you'd have to grant it.
And the way I've heard all the comments today, there's a lot of smart people in here, and they get it.
Yep.
You know, I mean, they understand that aspect. The concern is the traffic, is making that as palatable as possible.
We'll follow up. You know, I think that the two things that I'm leaving here knowing that we need to try and make sure we have an answer for at second reading that we can show you is what, you know, Williamson trying to get an indication from the county, kind of what that pedestrian safety looks like there, and then working on that restriction and how it would look with the restricted movements on the Oakwater connection.
Okay.
So, I appreciate your time this evening. If you've got any other questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you. Comments, council. I'm just going to throw some things out myself. I tell you what, when I was looking at this when I first came on council about 9 years ago, and I found out that the property was not actually owned by Ashton Lakes, and I thought about the things that could be there. Boy, if Walmart wanted to put a grocery store there and could probably do it under current zoning without even coming before us, man, what a negative impact that would be. And I'm not saying that neighborhood couldn't use a grocery store close by, but they're obviously, you have a property owner, they have rights. The best way you can stop something is to buy it and keep it yourself, but if somebody else has got to have it, then by all means, we've got to have a process, and I think we're letting that play out tonight. There are some things that could have gone there that would have been much, much worse than this, and for that I'm grateful for. A lot of people talked about the impact of school traffic, and this is a casual observation, this is anecdotal for me, but I know the first week or two of school is always a whole lot worse and things settle down. But for some reason, with the different start and finish times, it's the same amount of people. It's the same amount of cars. There are no more people going to the schools or less than last year, but it just seems worse. I don't know, maybe it's just that same old first week of school. We do have we have 10 schools in our city. Just want to let you all know that we are out patrolling those areas, just as an aside, and we are writing tickets when they have to be. We're casually warning people when we can, but we are doing our very best to make sure that we keep these zones safe. Oakwater, it is a public road. It's not a private road. It's not owned by the HOA, so that does mean that we have some leeway, and it also ties our hands in other ways as well. So if it were a private road, that would be a totally different situation, but it's not. It is a public road, so we have to address these things as a city. That is our responsibility. With that, council, it's up to us. It's time to comment and debate. Scott, you want to start?
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I think that this is a classic example of us experiencing pains of our own success. And this particular council, although none of us were here when any of this zoning occurred, we spend a lot of time talking about growth, and we're starting to now talk about smart growth, but really what we're talking about is the lesser of impacting into the community, which I think is what Chase is talking about when we talk about lesser of evils. This is a piece of property, along with some of the other ones at this main intersect of this region of the city, that have been long zoned commercial for going all the way back to 1991. One of the frustrations we experience and we deal with ourselves is there are development entitlements to these property owners. And then so it puts us in a position where we look at these things and we go, okay, so at some point it's going to be developed. There's no question. There's nobody sitting up here that can stop that, unless somebody out there buys the property and just says we're going to leave it a wooded area. So the question becomes, how do you get the best product out of it with the least impact into communities like we have that surround this whole region of our city? I know it didn't seem all that long ago that there was an idea being floated around about making this particular property an apartment complex, a gated, nice apartment complex. I know I talked to a lot of folks in the community who said absolutely not, didn't want that. That definitely, in hindsight, would have really not have been a good idea because of the traffic impacts. Not only to the traffic impacts to that area, but to the schools for sure. And then next, I started hearing, well, there's some folks looking at it, maybe it's going to be a retail shopping center. And I'm like, man, I don't like that idea either. Retail shopping centers generate a lot of traffic, a lot of trips, a lot of issues, let's be honest. And it happens, but it's part of growth. So when I first heard this project, I definitely kind of paused for a moment. I thought, man, ALF. And we've had some other ALFs pop up in the region, and I've gone and looked at them. Number one, they're aesthetically nice. They don't produce a lot of traffic, considerably, comparatively, if you will, that you would get with a higher level commercial or retail project that's going to have that constant in and out of cars all the time. So that really kind of caught my attention. I went to the early meeting that the developer had at Cypress Head, kind of sat in the back and just watched and listened to the residents a lot. And I will say, first of all, I want to thank all of the residents, as well as the attorney for the HOA, as well as the developer, because we don't always see projects where there's so much good communication to try to tweak things with an understanding that something's going to get built there. So let's work together to come up with the best possible product within certain confines. So that has definitely happened here, because I know on the Oakwater thing, when we all first saw that, by the way, that Cypress Head meeting was the first time I saw eyes on this at all. And I know a lot of folks were talking about the Oakwater exit, which my recollection was way back closer towards like Pheasant Ridge in the initial design. So, and then there was talk about moving that up, and then now we're talking about, well, how can we, if we got to have that access on there, how do we minimize impacts down into the community, into the neighborhood itself? And so I like some of the stuff that I've heard this week and tonight with that. So I think we're on the right track with that. We need to continue talking about that. I like the fact that there is a relatively good size conservation area that borders the project and the homes along Tortoise Creek Lane. We don't always see that either. That's just, I don't know if that's just a blessing or how that transpired to be like that, but that's actually a pretty good thing. We just saw a commercial project off of Taylor Road where they just put in an auto parts store, and it literally looks like it's the backyards of the homes in Windsor Hill. And I ride by that the other day, and they didn't have to come to us for any of that. So those types of impacts I look at, and I'm grateful for that. I think you got a good point there about that, Mayor. From what I hear from a lot of the residents is that overall, if there's got to be something there, an ALF product of a scale of this would be preferred over something, you know, of higher impact to the community for sure. Somebody had mentioned, could they build the project somewhere else? I can't remember who that was, but yeah, they could, but then we don't know what we're going to get, right? I mean, the next investor could show up and say, you know what, I like the idea of a 100,000 square foot retail shopping center. I just cannot even fathom that. I just cannot imagine something like that at that area. I love the southbound green arrow on Williamson. I would encourage our city manager and staff to work with the county. Again, it's a county road, so we're limited on what we can do, but we can make phone calls. We can write emails, and we will all do that.
And
I'm
they're
sure.
usually good about working with something.
They are.
Like that.
They are.
We're already working on it.
Just a quick note, I do think that some of the impacts that I've seen last week and this week, and I'm not, trust me, I'm not downplaying traffic at that intersection. It's a mess. I get it. I agree with everyone in this room. But I do think the school zone start times changing have conflicted around the city with some of the peak traffic that we see for people trying to get to work who don't have kids going to the school, but they're trying to share those same corridors. And man, it is a mess. I mean, it's a mess over at Spruce Creek High School. It's a mess on Herbert Street. It's a mess in this area. It's just not good. We didn't make that decision. And then the buffer on Oakwater, I do appreciate the developer's concession. Again, by our code and what they're entitled to, you're talking about a 10-foot buffer on Oakwater. And for them to listen to the residents, change that to 25-foot, I think that's a good step in the right direction with that as well. I don't know. I look at it and I say, if we got to have a project there, this is a pretty good one to have. I do think it adds a level of quality to the community, although we may not see it right now. I do think that as the community ages and we want that population to continue to be part of a valued community overall, that's moving in the right kind of direction. This council and previous councils, I will just comment that, you know, with the folks that live in Ashton Lakes, that we have, with developments around that area, always taken into consideration of how do we reduce impacts into these communities. And that was done with the apartment complex and having that gated access in the back. Also with the, also with the other developments that are now occurring to the east, trying to limit connectivity in the roads. I'm not a big connection person. I know that in a lot of designs in our city decades ago, there was, you know, a lot of, you know, everything was every road has to connect. And that's not really something that I'm a big fan of. So I like to try to limit that, and we will continue to do that as much as possible. I like the fact that the Williamson access has become the main access. I know I had talked to the city attorney and community development about that specifically, and by our code and with the history of the property and the zoning, the theoretical main access was always supposed to be off of Oakwater. And I'm very happy that that has now become more of a secondary access with some restrictions there that we can look at and applying, and that we've moved the main access to Williamson, because somebody said it earlier and they're absolutely right. It's a commercial project. The main access definitely belongs on a main artery. So you know, those are my thoughts with some of those points that have been brought up tonight. Ton of great comments by residents and the developer.
Marilyn?
Well, Scott said a mouthful.
I've been writing a lot. So.
As I think about all the comments, and I congratulate you on being so involved, at the end of the day, if you think about your own comments, they're really about change. And that your development isn't going to be the way you know it now, which is why you talk about whether you'll be able to see the building and safety. But the reality is, for any of us, the only thing we ever can be sure of is what we see at this point in time. We don't have time machines to go backward in time. And so the reality is that there has been a plan for that area, and what you're confronting is change. And you've all admitted that this is the best possible use other than doing nothing. And yet we know, you know, we're not going to not do nothing. The other thing is the traffic experts have pointed out, yes, there are safety concerns, but compared to all the other things that could go there, this really is a much safer, manageable type of infill development. The other thing that I've heard is that the current developer has listened to you and has been working with you. And if this is approved, I suspect they will continue to work with you and listen to your input, and to the extent that they can, they will try to find a common solution. So I would encourage you also, as residents in this area, if this occurs, to think about how you can be involved in this development, in this community, and really make it part of yours. That's it.
Thank you. Jason?
Yeah, I've said a lot. I'll make this quick. I'll just, you know, remind everybody that we're all homegrown up here. My Little League baseball coach is sitting in the back right now. I mean, we're not a bunch of council members that have just moved down here a couple of years ago in order to change this community. You know, we've all raised our families here. I've got 4 of my own kids. I'm here for the long haul. I say that to say that every project that comes before us, we handle with great diligence to ensure that we protect the integrity of our neighborhoods the best we can within the law. That's what we're here for. We don't always agree up here, but I do agree that every single one up here does care about this community greatly, and every comment that is brought before us, we listen to and take to heart. And as I've mentioned spoke with the attorney, you know, you'll have my support. You communicate with the people. If you go on your own, then you're not going to have my support with it. And I think they've done that, and I'm sure they will continue to do so.
If anybody wants to have an idea of what it might look like, they've got something similar, another project in Orange City that's underway. So in finding that out, I went to take a look and see what they're doing. One element to me of this is that whoever's going to come there and build something's going to be built there, is that it's actually going to be a quality project, whatever that might be, and do what they say it's going to do with it. And I'm pretty confident it's going to be that. Scott, I appreciate you leading off with comments, because I think you took about 10-15 minutes away from Chase's comments, and I think we're all grateful for that. Margaret, my question before we vote is, obviously we have some instructions for the developer of what we'd like on Oakwater before second reading. Do we have to make any modifications to our motion tonight to make that happen? And if so, what should we do?
Modifications, Mayor.
So we would amend the motion to for approval subject to the modifications proposed?
Yes.
Do we need to reference that one design that was up for that motion?
Yes, there is a design on the right-in, left-only out for Oakwater. It was handed out, the mayor has a copy, and that was, I believe, discussed and agreed upon, and so it's subject to the Oakwater entrance as modified and handed out tonight.
On exhibit number
1.
So,
So can I just
Yeah,
say
as
motion
well
to
as
approve
any other.
based on what everything
you
Margaret
need
just
to,
said?
you need to amend your motion.
Can you just withdraw the first motion and start over?
Sure.
I withdraw the first motion.
Do we withdraw the second?
I think Marilyn had the second.
Oh, sure. I
Okay.
withdraw.
Was it me? Okay, withdraw.
I was gonna ask
So
both
we
of you
do.
just in case. You're only, it's easier without Drew, right? No. So your motion would be, in effect, to approve the ordinance with the, subject to the changes as proposed in,
At Exhibit 1.
is that your motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any other comments, council? There being none, call the roll.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Stiltner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes, 4-0. All right, we absolutely have some expectations of you between now and second reading. I hope that those are very clear, and if they're not, say so now. Okay, we'll see you then. I'm going to give you all a few minutes to clear out before we continue, so we'll sit quietly.
Or they can stay.
Or you can stay. We got more. We got more.
Don't rush
You've
off.
got the contentious church.
I'm good, thank you.
Well, I think we'll get it.
First reading of ordinance number 2019-27, the rezoning of 6015 Spruce Creek Road. An ordinance of the City of Port Orange, Volusia County, Florida, rezoning plus or minus 7.58 acres located at 6015 Spruce Creek Road from R-10 SF, single family residential, to GPU, government public use, authorizing revision of the official zoning atlas and providing for an effective date.
Move to approve ordinance number 2019-27.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The item is open.
I'm sorry.
Too many items.
Well, you've only had 3.5 hours to get ready for it.
I'm sorry.
The second, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I apologize.
Just go ahead and put it.
I was going to say, it's either going to be one of two people.
It's 492. Well, I know. A little bit ahead.
Good evening, Penelope Cruz, Planning. The applicant, Christ the King Church, is requesting to rezone the subject property that is approximately 7.5 acres from R10 Single Family Residential to GPU, Government Public Use. Show you the zoning map right there. If approved, the applicant intends to build a house of worship with an outdoor gathering area and a fellowship hall, which would be designed through a site plan to comply with the Land Development Code. The proposed rezoning request has been reviewed and is consistent with the comprehensive plan as well as surrounding land uses and zoning. This area has been part of an established commercial node in the comprehensive plan. Staff is basically recommending approval. I know the applicant's here. It's a long night, so I'll stop right there and see if you have any questions.
Questions before we hear from the applicant?
No.
Let's hear from the applicant. Who is this guy?
Good evening, council members. I'm so appreciative of your time and appreciative of what you do. Now more than ever, I appreciate it. I thank you that you do it because I don't have to. We are glad to be here tonight asking for the rezoning of 6015 Spruce Creek Road. My name is Scott Kirshner. I am the lead pastor of Christ the King Community Church, and I have a privilege of leading an amazing group of people. Half of who are still here, the other half had to leave because it went on so long, but to show our commitment of our people, this group behind me is still here. They are members of our community. They live in Port Orange. Many of them live close to this property, and they are excited about the possibilities of what's coming there. We have been established in this community since 2010. We started meeting in Cypress Creek Elementary School, still meet in Cypress Creek Elementary School. We know that the church is not a building or a location or a place on Sunday morning, but we feel we're in the place where God has allowed us to have a home of our own that we can have as a place to gather, a place to worship, a place to reach out, a place to help people in our community. We have done just that in the last 9 years. We've celebrated a lot of great things. Many of you I know. I've had the privilege of being involved in your families' lives. I coach in the area, and I have had the privilege of coaching some of your children. Coached many children in this area. I have had the privilege of ministering to people and seeing them through some really good times in their life. Graduations, going off to college graduations, career starts, getting married, having children, starting a family, putting roots down here in this community. I've had all the privilege of seeing all those things and celebrating those things. I've also walked with many people through some very difficult times in their life, through literally the valley of the shadow of death. I've walked with people who have suffered loss through sickness, through tragedy, through their loved ones passing on. And I've been able to be there and serve in that way. And that's my calling. Your calling is to do this, and God bless you for it. My calling is to serve and minister to people because I love Jesus, and I love people, and I love to connect them together. And that's why we're here. We're here asking for the rezoning of this property. I'm humbled by the opportunity that we have that lies before us. We're excited about the future. This property is a beautiful piece of property. If you haven't been out there to it, it is beautiful, and we hope to enhance the property to preserve as much of the natural beauty as we can while bringing in some buildings and developing them that are aesthetically pleasing to the community, something that they'll be proud to call their church home, they'll be proud to bring people to, they'll be proud to visit and come whenever they want, because we are a church of the community and for the community. This has a lot of sentimental value for me. I grew up in Port Orange. My father is here tonight, and we moved here in 1980. And I lived a half a mile, less than that, from this property. I lived in the Woods subdivision, rode my bike past this place many times, probably at the time was wreaking havoc in the neighborhood. But times have changed, and God has changed me, and I now have the privilege of doing some good in this community and helping. And that's what we hope for this property. We hope to bring value to the surrounding area. We hope to help our neighbors and be there for them. And our goal is to love our neighbors and to love them as we love ourselves, which is our calling and our commitment. We have a place where we know that the community will be proud to come to. We are blessed with a local engineer who could not be here tonight, Harry Newkirk. But he is local, lives in that area, and he's happily developing this area and excited about it, this property, for us with the idea of preserving as much of the natural beauty as possible. We have an architect who is from here, Robert Hall, who is here this evening, and him and his family, I've connected with them, coached his boys through high school, have the privilege now of working with him on this project, and I'm excited about all that is coming. This property is going to be beautiful. And then also a local general contractor who is here also tonight, Eric Olson. I had the privilege of coaching his daughter in high school, and God just made those connections where I was able to help her through cross-country training, which she hated, but she finished. And so I've been blessed to be in their lives, and now they are in mine, helping me with this project. So we are so excited about the future. I thank you for your consideration, and I welcome your approval. I hope this is much easier and painless than what you have experienced thus far.
So do we.
Any questions for me? I don't have any fancy PowerPoint or all that's in the process, but yeah, I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
This is a rezoning request. We're not talking about what buildings look like or anything like that, but simply talking about whether this type of building can exist in this neighborhood. So any questions of the applicant? Marilyn?
No.
Chase?
No questions.
Scott? None for me. You're off the hook for now, at least.
Okay. All right.
Anyone here care to speak to this item? You must have done a pretty good job. There being none, back to us. Any other comments, council?
Yeah, I believe that what makes this country great are our values, and those values that we hold to are from God Almighty. And when our churches are strong, our families are strong. When our families are strong, our community is strong, and our founding fathers knew that, and it's important that we never forget that today. Nothing more important than the family, and nowhere is family more strengthened than within the church. So I fully support this.
Any other comments?
I'd just like to say that I think, this particular church, which I am a member of, has now been in the community going on 9 years. Again, like we were talking about earlier, we talk about smart growth. This is an area of our community where something being embedded to serve the community in a lot of different ways and be blessings upon the community and the people that live in the area, versus another housing project of some sort that provides a lot of significant traffic impacts and other resource issues. So this is just kind of another one of those things. But I just want to say that the amount of community involvement that this particular group of people have had in the community over the last 9 years is a testament to the leadership that Scott has brought into Port Orange. And I don't know how some people do it. He's one of those. We talk about how it seems like some people have 36 hours in a day when the rest of us only get 24. And I think what we'll find with a project like this is that's going to continue to grow and be contagious of more and more people doing great things in the community away from the church, so to speak. Whether it's working with youth, whether it's doing nonprofit work, helping the needs in the community. These are the good things that lead to a much higher quality of life for the good of the city. So this is good to see this project.
There are a lot of familiar faces among this crowd. They do get out, no doubt about it. There being nothing else to say, call the roll.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Stillman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
I don't need to think about it. Yes, 4-0. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You guys don't have to leave. It's all good.
Say, Renee. Did I hear pizza?
Item number 23 is ordinance number 2019-28, first reading of a land development text amendment, chapters 2, 17, and 18. An ordinance of the City of Port Orange, Volusia County, Florida, amending the land development codes, chapters 2, 17, and 18, relating to definitions and interpretations, zoning district regulations, conditional uses, special exceptions, and permitted uses with special development requirements, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2019-28.
Second.
Good
We have a
evening.
motion and a second. Item is open on the floor for discussion.
Good evening, Penelope Cruz, Planning. So the proposed amendment is before you as an idea based on feedback we've gotten from lots of calls we've been getting from the development community. The amendment is to allow for a smaller scale residential commercial contractor business on the Ridgewood Development Zoning District, which is what you see in purple, excluding the area outlined in red, which is the Riverwalk Overlay District, which prohibits certain uses. And also auto sales in the Commercial Industrial Zoning District as permitted uses with special development requirements in order to create this opportunity to fill some of these vacant sites and buildings and attract potential tenants while minimizing impacts. So the code currently allows contractor yard and storage in the commercial industrial and the light industrial zoning districts. In 2013, that use was removed from the Ridgewood Development District as part of the Ridgewood Corridor Plan due to the unwanted impacts to those residential areas. The proposed amendment is a more refined approach to dealing with this use that provides for the economic opportunities for these businesses while preventing or minimizing the impacts. And that's done by separating the use into two separate categories now rather than just one category that lumps both scales businesses into one. So one of them would be that smaller scale contractor construction and home improvement contractor, really a use that deals more with like residential and commercial uses in the neighborhood, requires that visibility on the commercial corridor, but does not have that same heavy equipment or require that larger land area. So it's able to screen their materials on these smaller sites on the Ridgewood corridor. So the special development requirement for that use is to require an office building. So it's not just a contractor's yard, but have that office use, require the full screening of the equipment, the work vehicles, and have the restrictions on the hours of operation. The other use, the infrastructure contractor yard, is what we currently have in our code, that larger scale contractor, which is typically more of a regional, national construction company. They require that larger square footage for their heavy equipment, don't require the road frontage for the visibility for their business. And that would stay only permitted in the industrial category, in the industrial zones. The second part of this is to add motor vehicle sales in the CI zoning district. Right now, the CI zoning district allows a lot of motor vehicle related uses. You can see them listed here and in the staff report as well. This is the one that does not is not listed there. And we've had a lot of inquiries over the past 2 years, people wanting to go into some of these vacant industrial buildings and sites, all wanting to have their storage inside buildings, most of their sales on the internet. So this is an attempt to allow those spaces to have that economic development opportunity, but also have the special development requirements of having all the inventory and everything inside of a building, and that way you don't obstruct any kind of maneuverability or parking for the other industrial uses as well. So with that, staff is recommending approval and is here to answer any questions you might have.
Marilyn?
I was delighted to see this. I think it makes perfect sense. The other thing is that I hope at some future time we might be able to talk about along this corridor is some of the tiny houses as infill. I know that's residential as opposed to commercial, but I think it really makes sense to look at this area and do what we can to promote businesses, and I think this is a very logical amendment to the Land Development Code.
Chase?
No comments, Mayor.
Scott?
I don't have anything.
Would anyone here care to speak to this item? There being none, back to us. Final comments? There being none, call the roll.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Stiltner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes, 4-0. Brings us to item 24, ordinance number 2019-29, which is an administrative rezoning of 415 Herbert Street. An ordinance of the City of Port Orange, Volusia County, Florida, rezoning property consisting of approximately plus or minus 0.64 acres from commercial industrial CI to government public use GPU located at 415 Herbert Street, authorizing revision of the official zoning atlas and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2019-29.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. The item's open, it's all yours.
All right, good evening. Penelope Cruz Planning. So this property, as you all are very familiar with, is owned by the city. This is just the first step in many steps in the future that the city is hoping to be able to take to be able to continue to preserve the existing train depot on the property and hopefully redevelop it as a train museum and preserve that history and create a really nice, unique space as a historic resource for the city and for visitors. In order to do so, the first step is to rezone the property to government public use. So if the council approves that, this will be one step down in a long path.
And this is one of those things where Amanda Lasecki can keep looking for dollars for us to do something with.
Your step.
Comments or questions? There being none, anyone here care to speak to this item? There being none, any other comments? Call the roll.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Stiltner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes, 4-0. The public hearing portion of the meeting is over. Back to regular agenda. I need, on item 26, approval of cooperative economic development agreement with Team Volusia. I need a motion to approve the cooperative economic development agreement with Team Volusia Economic Development Corporation in the amount of $30,504.50 for fiscal year 2020, authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute all applicable documents.
So moved.
You weren't going to repeat all that?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Jake, this is...
This is our annual Team Volusia contract. We have the team here, Dwight Durant from the Board of Directors, Keith Norton, the Executive Director, Chris Wimsat, and Heather Schubrig. I always get the R in the wrong place, who's new to the team, here to present, I believe. Chris, are you going to come up and present a little bit?
You're up. We respond well to brevity, by the way.
At 10:05.
Mr. Mayor, Council, City Manager, welcome. Thank you for having us. Heather is joining me today. Wanted to introduce her to you, and she is new to the team.
You need to introduce yourself, please.
Chris Wimsat, I'm sorry, with Team Volusia. Sorry about that. I will try to, given the hour, I will try to move through rather swiftly. So if there's no other comments, I will go ahead and start. Today we talk about a little bit about who we are, what we do, what we've seen over the last number of years, and then I offered some local community data. I thought it was important that you see kind of what our customer sees, what the business community sees, and the site selector sees. So We can go through that. Feel free to ask questions. I can always give you more information at a later date should you have questions then. First and foremost, we are a public-private development group. We're a P3. There's something very wonderful about a P3 structure, and that's that you can leverage expenses, you can leverage investments, you can leverage many things, input into the way the organization is run. We are a 501c6 organization. It's similar to a chamber, but we are not necessarily a chamber. It's a little different structure. Bottom line is we receive money from the private sector, the public sector, and the educational community. While this is how our community is structured, our organization, other communities have structured organizations in a similar fashion, although every community is a little different. Right now, do you know by chance how many economic development groups are in the state of Florida?
Well, there's 67 counties. There are 67. No, there's probably 60, maybe.
60. So,
A lot
it's
of competition.
highly competitive environment, and that is just in the state of Florida. Just wanted to make that point. Here are a few examples that we work with. Now they're our partners, but they're also sometimes our competitors. With regard to the investors of our organization, we have a number of communities, 13 as a matter of fact in this county. We are also very fortunate to have a very strong private sector base. And we very much appreciate and lean on that base frequently. This is a very busy eye chart, but it does give you an example of many of the companies that invest with our group. Again, this is our team. This is a small team. We have 6 people, Heather being the newest to the team. I've been around for a few years with Keith running the ship, and a handful of administrative folks as well that help us do everything that is we have to do. We are governed by a board of directors, an executive committee, and officers. We are a very transparent organization. Everything we are doing and have done is run through our leadership, very similar to a council structure. They help guide our organization and give us direction. We follow a plan. So we develop this plan in partnership with our board of directors, in partnership with many of you, in partnership with the business community, in partnership with over 200 individuals. This plan was created to guide us for 3 years. It was created in 2017. We follow this plan to the T, and we report on it on a bi-monthly basis. So our goal as an organization is to perform it in the business recruitment function. So you see here, I put in the graph, we lead that role. We also help support other roles. So this is kind of we call it the 3 legs of the stool in economic development. So business retention and expansion is helping your local companies grow. Entrepreneurship and innovation obviously is helping start companies. We help in both those regards, but our main thrust, our main focus is business recruitment. So I wanted to dive in. Actually, at this point, did anyone have a question? Didn't think so. Okay. I wanted to dive in real quick on the handful of areas that we work within and give some examples to give you some sort of understanding of the types of activities we do. One of the more prominent ones that everyone knows us for is we call it outreach recruitment. This is when we travel to other states, other countries, and we attend industry trade shows. We go talk to private sector employers. We go talk to the real estate community. You should know that we do this 25 to 30 times a year. And I will tell you that many of the events we go to are not just showing up at the event and hoping someone talks to us. We preset many appointments. We spend money and time and effort to do some pretty significant analysis and arrange meetings with those folks at the events so they're as fruitful as possible. This is an example over the last 4 years of the activities. I know you can't probably read all of that, but I can assure you it's a lot of activities, and for a group our size, it is a significant amount of activity. Would you concur?
I agree.
Very good. Marketing, another major focus. We really ramped this effort up over the last 2 years. Marketing is part art, part science. We have approximately $144,000 or so to spend in this area. We don't have enough money to do massive marketing. We are next to major metropolitan areas in the state of Florida, right? We have Orlando, Jacksonville, Miami, Tampa. They easily dwarf anything we do with regard to marketing budget and reach. We are very pinpoint with what we market, how we market, who we market to. These are some examples of the ways that we do that, and we do have metrics for all of these as well that we record. This is an evolving science for us as well. But so far, we have grown this effort over the last 2 years. We follow a marketing plan, a branding guide, and an implementation plan here that I show. Again, we do this in complete transparency with our leadership. We discuss strategies openly and try to follow the plan as best we can with our leadership. Competitive intelligence. This is something that we did not necessarily talk about too much in the past, but I do think it's worth noting. Historically, I feel as though this industry was known for working with people and cutting deals on social events, and a lot of deals were done on emotional levels. But what I'm here to tell you is that is not the way deals are done in the business community, especially those that are larger in size. They are very scientific, they are very data driven, and unless you have that data, unless you can prove certain things with that data, you will not win projects. And we do this through a variety of tools. And so I listed some of those here. The point being that these tools are useful for our companies, not only the companies we're trying to recruit, but the companies that are here as well, and our partners. So your city staff, other city staff, the county itself, lean on us for some of these types of tools. And we work with them frequently. The last area I wanted to discuss is community assistance initiatives. This, again, is somewhat of a new area, but has grown over time because we have those data tools, because we work so much with the business community and, frankly, our customer. We try to help our partners be as competitive as possible. So some of the areas that we work within are marketing and talent, public policy, infrastructure, entrepreneurship, research and data analysis, and marketing efforts. Many of our local communities lean on us for some of this work. Again, we don't lead it, of course, but we certainly are there to help. And in our opinion, a rising tide lifts all ships. So that's what we're here for. Here's a few examples of the community assistance initiatives that I was mentioning. So you can see here a site readiness program, an incentive analysis. We did a strategic plan in Deltona. A marketing initiative in Southeast Volusia. These are just a couple examples. I could go on and on, but I wanted to show these are real things that we do, and real things that historically we weren't charged with doing, but again, our philosophy is a rising tide lifts all ships. So, Volusia County has gone under a significant growth pattern over the last number of years. All of Florida continues to grow following the recession, thankfully. We have taken part in that. You've experienced the growth here in Port Orange for sure, and we've experienced it on the business development front. As you can see, this is a very simple business development pipeline. Project activity has increased significantly. Keep in mind, a lot of our projects takes many years to come to fruition, but this does show you the increase in activity with our group. We have seen some pretty solid metrics over the last number of years. We record everything we do, as I said earlier. 3 metrics are always calculated: CapEx, new jobs, and total payroll. These are some examples of some of those wins over the last number of years. We don't record everything we do, to be quite honest, and we have just been discussing that internally. We're trying to figure out how to best capture that information. There's a lot of projects that we work on that we don't tell anyone for certain reasons. Yes. Oh, sorry. I thought you said my name. Did he say my name? Okay. Wasn't hearing things. So anyhow, this is what we've recorded over the last number of years. So let's get into local community data. Any questions at this point? Okay. Local community data. This is interesting information I just thought you would like to know about how your community is functioning on an economic development level. First and foremost, I hope you can read this. It looks like we're trending with regard to employment growth as well as average wage. We are trending with the state and the county. So things are on par with what the community, the outside community is doing. I found this graph really interesting, and I know we've talked to Jake and your staff about this before. So this is what we're looking at here is an inflow-outflow graph on the left. So this shows how many people live and work within the city. So you see a little over 3,000. Over 10,000 people come into the city to work, and 17,900 leave, right? So there's a little bit of transition there that's going on. Now the graph on the right is really interesting. This tells you how far people are driving and where they're going to. So I could have shown more graphs, but I was hoping I could explain it with just these. You have a handful of people driving to Orlando. You have a handful of people driving up the coast. And then a lot of folks are going to Daytona and Ormond Beach. And then, of course, some here and some south of here. What's interesting is 25% of the workforce is going over 50 miles to work. That's a significant number. And
according to that picture, 17,945 work in Ponce Inlet.
It's a very active, I mean, that lighthouse. A lot of people work in that lighthouse. So yeah, just an interesting graph, and we can dive into that further, but I thought you would like to know. So let's look at some industrial reports and office reports. So this county has a very low vacancy rate right now. It's extremely competitive. We're fortunate that we've had so much activity. Now we need some folks to build some product. CoStar, our real estate source in this particular case, calls this area South Beach Cities, so that's why you don't see Port Orange up there. It's called the South Beach Cities. And as you can see, really everything in the industrial sector is quite low with regard to vacancy. You're at 0.4% vacancy rate. Flex, which is kind of your light industrial user, which is very common, is 0.7. Now I tell you that you have to take all this with a grain of salt. CoStar doesn't always report everything right or wrong, but the bottom line is that when you're under 1% in what they say, you could double or triple the number. It's still low. Now that said, the rest of the county is similar. And frankly, a lot of Florida is in this boat as well. So this is not just a local issue, but you should know that this is an issue. Also, when it comes to office is a little different. We're at 2.6%. One of the issues that I see that we face, though, is you want high-wage jobs. We have 0 Class A office available at the moment, according to CoStar. Well, that makes it a little challenging to get those high-wage office jobs if that's what you want when you don't have the product, right? So as a city, what I would start thinking about is how do we encourage that product to get built, right? If that's what we want and that's where they work, we have to encourage somehow that to happen, right? And so that's just, again, food for thought. So we have a couple growth areas in the city. Obviously, Dunlawton is the big corridor for many things, but we have the East Business District and the West Business District. I would love to dig into that further with your team. I know we've talked about that in the past. I know the US 1 redevelopment has been an issue. And now the West Side Industrial Center shows promise and has opportunity out there. I would love to dive into that further, and we have at some points. By the way, your staff is great to work with. I wanted to reassure you on that from our opinion with that topic as well. And I'm not just saying that, Jake. Port Orange, how do we make Port Orange more competitive? So this really just summarizes all the data that we just saw and some of the market trends. So determine short-term and long-term goals. Last year we presented and we talked about what your goals are. Now, I highlighted or starred what your strategic plan says your goals are. So determining your long-term and short-term goals, that's kind of a given, right? Identify sites with development potential. So this gets back to what product are we going to develop to house the jobs that we want to house. That's somewhat stated on your strategic plan. Site readiness. So you have to encourage a developer to build. This is not pre-recession where developers are just throwing money everywhere. They actually did learn a little bit through the recession, and they learned that they got burned. And so and the banks, frankly, don't lend them money like they used to. So although there's a lot of cash out there, and although we're seeing a lot of interest right now, they generally don't want to build a product until they have a client. So you have to somehow help them make that decision, right? The next point number 4, this is one that's relatively new to the list, but I've heard it over and over, and I thought it were staying. Please be your own best advocate. communities have a tendency to always state what is wrong with them, and the outside world does listen to that. They have told us that many a time, and we've had clients relatively recent tell us that they've heard some of those things, not about this community, but in general. So just please, to the greater community out there, please be your own best advocate and salesperson. We all need that. Develop an incentive program that matches your strategic goals. So again, do you incentivize the end user? Do you incentivize a developer? Those are different things. We can look at those. We can show you best practices. Heather's an expert in the incentive process. She's done it all over the state. I would encourage you to use the resource that we have to explore what that looks like. We've done this for other cities too, and maybe the decision is we don't have those things to use, or we don't want to create them, and that's fine as well. But we should at least talk about them further. And then lastly, and this is part of your strategic plan as well, is market, right? Cross promote. So we have developed, and we are continuing to develop platforms to allow our cities to market with us. We want to help you market as best you can and as much as you want. So that is what I have to share on local data. I do have this. I offered this last year, and I can send it again. Every level of government has a role in the process of economic development. Sometimes they overlap, sometimes they do not. Happy to send this to you. This is just food for thought from the International Economic Development Council, which is our guiding body. They offer some good advice for folks like yourself that maybe wonder what could or should we be worried about. And that is my presentation, is about as quick as I can go through it. All right. Is there any questions?
I do have one.
Yes.
Could you tell me what businesses you brought into Port Orange this past year?
Yeah, well, yes and no. Unfortunately, we did bring in a company this year, not too long ago. Mm-hmm. And apparently there was a contract issue with their partner, and that is now up in the air. So that was the last one, and that was a few months ago, which you likely saw in the paper and the public saw as well.
And then what about in 2008? Well, let's see, we're 19, so 17, 18, the year prior to that.
We had a bakery company that provided baked goods to Trader Joe's, and they were here but then left. And unfortunately, I don't know what happened in the contractual agreements with Trader Joe's, but they were a national company from Seattle. And so they came in, and with Trader Joe's suppliers, they're not allowed to say who they're supplying to. It's in the Trader Joe's agreement. But they did locate here, and I believe the plan was to really build out and do baking, and then they left. But we have shown, and we promoted the city this year to about 17 project responses. Now, that doesn't mean visits. That means proposals that come in from the consultant community. And by the way, I'm Keith Norden. I know I need to announce myself at the podium, but we have actively promoted Port Orange. We are actively going after aviation and aerospace, and just very recently the county made us the primary focused partner for aviation aerospace. And that's what's so great about Heather coming on, in that Heather has worked many of the top aviation aerospace projects that have come to the state, including Northrop Grumman and Blue Origin, which, as you know, Blue Origin almost came to Volusia County, and we worked on it for 6 months. But again, you can't win if you don't win the project. We were that close, but a site situation with environmental things caused that to move south, and also the relocation of a launch pad. But we are going after the sector that you all are looking at, and on every mission and outreach activity, Port Orange is always represented with us as a possible location for business. So
thank you.
That's what we've done, and unfortunately, the company that was announced early by the News Journal, and I spoke to many of you about that. We still had the official press release on our desk, but it was never released because we would never release a news on a company that was not fully vetted. We do understand that they lost their NASA contract, and that's one reason they didn't locate. But they are in line. They have been approved for other NASA contracts. So we don't know where that will go. But
Okay.
anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Chase?
No question, just comment. You can't compete if you're not in the game. So you guys allow us to compete, and I appreciate what you do.
Scott?
No.
Good. Would anyone here care to speak to this item? There being none, back to us. Comments? Anyone? If none, call the roll.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Stiltner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
No. 3-1 passes. City Attorney report.
Mayor, I've got two things this evening. The first is I'm asking for council's authorization to file an appeal in the 5th District Court of Appeals. There was a traffic hearing relating to the move over law, and that is where a police officer was stopped within the right-of-way on the side of the road making a traffic stop. A passing car did not move over and give that officer clear passage. They're required to change the lane and get over, and the lane was available to do that. The traffic case was appealed first by the driver, and the case was reversed. And we believe the judge may have missed some of the salient points and decided the case inconsistent with the law. So because of the importance of this law to officer safety, we'd like to take it up to the 5th District Court of Appeal. Now, I know your question is, how much is it going to cost us in attorney time and money? And fortunately, we have some good opportunity here to get the brief that's necessary prepared with assistance, and we have it rough draft by utilizing some other example briefs. So relatively little time and energy is spent, and it is rare that the attorney is actually called in for an oral argument. The decision at the 5th will be based on the written documents primarily. So I'm asking for your authority to move forward on this appeal.
Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Questions for Margaret? Other comments?
Yes, since we're taking a vote on this, it is open to public comment.
I know,
Yes, sir.
but council gets first dibs.
Absolutely.
Questions, comments? There be none? Anyone here care to speak to the item?
Danielle Bailey, 5970 Broken Bow Lane, Port Orange, Florida. I'm just going to ask this council, at what point are you going to stop allowing this police department to harass my family? We won our appeal. The judge ruled. The officer was completely off the road. We had video evidence. We've had to obtain video cameras for our cars because my husband has been pulled over more than 5 times since the raid on our home. It is beyond excessive. At no point have you secured a conviction against my husband, and I'm just asking when you're going to stop allowing this to happen. I don't think it's fair. I think it's a complete waste of taxpayers' dollars. A judge has ruled on it. We should let this go, and you should authorize or direct your police department to quit harassing my family. Furthermore, I don't think Matt Jones should be allowed to try this case because there is a complaint against him with the Florida bar. So that should be taken into consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, everyone. Ted Knopfel, Chickadee Drive. All right, clearly you didn't get enough information here tonight to vote on this matter. That tells me you've been briefed in private. Don't know if anyone wants to confirm or deny that, but the problem with private briefings is you deprive the people that elected you to see how it is you're doing your job. So that's the first point I want to make. Point number 2, taxpayers have no compelling interest in this case. Officer safety is not in jeopardy here. Not according to me, but according to the circuit court panel that heard the appeal. The police vehicle was not on the roadside, which is one of the conditions for move over law. It was on an adjoining street. And again, that's the opinion of the appeal court that heard the traffic hearing officer. Now, taxpayers don't have a compelling interest, but the deputy city attorney most definitely has a compelling interest. He's looking for a Hail Mary here. That's what he's looking for, a Hail Mary. If the circuit court is reversed, the complaint lodged against him with the Florida bar will be somewhat minimized. For that reason alone, once a person has a personal stake in something, he should be no longer involved. So I would certainly encourage that. Finally, this whole matter is a continuation of the vendetta against Traska. That's what it is, plain and simple. The vendetta continues. And this all stems from the war on drugs. And the war on drugs dirties and sullies everybody that comes within a country mile of it. In this instance here, this simple traffic stop, we've got a Port Orange policeman, and let me see, I'll make sure I get the words, giving 2 conflicting versions of events in 5 minutes of testimony. Well, there's another word for conflicting versions of events. And then in the end, he dishes both of those versions and says photos submitted are really the true and accurate rendition of what happened. That's his testimony, not mine. The photos. And the photo clearly shows the vehicle not on the roadway, but on an adjoining road. So again, counsel, I would urge you to quash this appeal. There's been thousands of dollars and effort gone into this thus far. And believe me, there'll be thousands more. This won't be a minimalist deal. And then finally, I would encourage you, counsel, to tell your manager, to tell his police chief to end this war on drugs that Port Orange is continuing to pursue for minuscule amounts. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Mayor, before the gentleman leaves,
No.
he showed
No.
a record.
No. You're out of turn. We're in public participation right now. I'll come back
I
to you.
don't want to lose the record.
You'll get your opportunity. It's public participation right now. It's their turn.
Sarah Jones, 44 Woodfield Drive, Port Orange. This is one of, in my years of going to city council meetings, where in the bottom of the agenda, the city attorney brings forth a topic. So it's discussed often without a lot of warning at the end of the meeting. But my real problem, and I think, is that if you read the charter for the city of Port Orange, the attorney that the council hires, which is Mrs. Roberts, is supposed to represent the council, not the city. But yet what has happened tonight and what happens at all the other previous instances is Mrs. Roberts gives the city's viewpoint. You can't serve 2 masters. She cannot be both a city attorney and represent you, the council, because there should be an attorney sitting here, and it should be her, but it's not, who tells you this is what this, who can give you an evaluation. This is what the city wants. These are the pros and cons of what the city wants. You are not being properly advised by the attorney, by an attorney which your charter wanted you to have. So you are making, essentially, as a council, a decision without representation, because the attorney here is representing the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Who else? Any other public comments? Public comments are now closed. Back to us. Questions of the city attorney, and then I'll go back to you. There being none, Margaret?
Record was shown to the council. A picture, a photograph was shown by the first speaker. Just like to have it entered into the record with the clerk.
So noted. Any other comments, final comments, or questions? No. There being none, call the roll. I guess there is one. Hold on.
I do have a question. Some things were said here that constitute new information for me. So I would like to move to table this.
A table?
This authorization to appeal, so I can obtain further information and make a more informed decision.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second to table the item. Comments? Questions? Call the roll on that motion.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Stiltner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremont.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
No. 3-1. Motion to table passes.
The second item, but before I move to the second item, I'd like to follow up on the first item. A motion to table will result in no appeal being filed. The timing, I don't believe, will allow us to get back to you within the necessary time to get the appeal filed. So before I leave that item, I just wanted you to know a motion to table does not allow discussion, so I didn't enter into it at the previous one.
No, it does not. Thank you.
Motion to reconsideration certainly is within your discretion. The second item I wish to bring forward is I want to apologize to Councilman Tremont for answering a question with a question earlier tonight. And in order to better explain what I mean, it's very difficult to provide perhaps legal counsel where there's potential for litigation. In other words, you got two sides to the coin before you. You've got a developer and you've got citizens. So you've got potential for litigation. I had the experience one time of advising my city council client that they are required, they're not permitted, they are required to not allow a certain activity. And that was, they were not permitted to prohibit construction because they had already issued a building permit. They'd already approved it through the normal processes. Well, that night the council voted to prohibit the construction, contrary to my legal advice. The city got sued, and the next thing that happened, I was called as a witness against my own client. Now, that presents a serious problem for your attorney because now I can't defend you. So I will never interject my legal opinion in a public meeting that is going to take away your right to vote wrong if you want to vote wrong. You have that right individually, each and every one of you, to vote contrary to what I think's right, because who knows if I'm right? It can get contested. Judges can turn things one way or the other. So my apologies for not giving you a solid answer tonight, council member, and council members, because I know you all wanted to hear. But that's the reason I don't do that in a public meeting. It's just not a good practice for me to remove myself from being able to give you good solid defense should you decide you want to go the way you want to go. And I've had councils go contrary to legal opinions before, but not with me making a public statement. So my apologies. That's all I have.
No apology necessary, in my opinion. I think you answered it in the way where the public understood the challenge before us, which is really the point of asking the question, to prepare council for our comments and our positions.
Item 28, City Manager.
Nothing to report this evening, sir.
Thank you.
I don't even have a sarcastic quip. I apologize. Nothing after 10.
I'll consider that the sarcastic quip. City Council Committee reports. Art House.
No report because we don't meet till next week.
Okay. First Step Shelter.
Well, clip notes, we're making a lot of headway. Had a great workshop, joint workshop with the city. Ironed out a lot of details. Main areas of question right now are safe zones. I think the shelter is willing to give it a shot and have it on the property. There may be a situation where it might require going back to cities and asking if the cities will operate their own safe zone, but we're not at that point at this time. There's a lot more to it than that I can share at a later meeting. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Port Orange South Daytona Chamber of Commerce Operation Thank You is next Thursday, 8/29 at the Chamber Building, starting at 5 p.m. If anybody is able to attend, I'd appreciate it. I will be out of town. Roundtable of elected officials did not meet in the month of August. We will meet again on Monday, September 9th, and I will report back then after that. Any other business coming before us this evening?
Jersey Mike's handed this stuff to me before they left, so I'll pass that out.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.